네. 감사합니다.
여기로 해가지고 그냥 9자리 예약해가지고.
네네네네.
아, 그 위에? 위에?
아, 어제 그 저희 그제 먹었던 명가 여기 있잖아요. 이탈리아로.
Please take a seat. We're going to start.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this last day of our General Assembly. The Bureau met again this morning to revise the provisional timetable as we are quite behind schedule. As you may recall, yesterday we had finished only one item in the agenda, item 8 on the Jumu soup, and still have 8 items to examine today. In the morning, we will try to advance with the following 4 items. Item 9 on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms and proposed revisions to the operational directives. Item 10 on the use of resources of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Part 2 of item 11 on the election of the members of the Intergovernmental Committee. And item 12 on the proposed revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. In the afternoon, we are reopening the suspended item 7 with expectations that the discussion of the informal consultation group during lunch hours would help us conclude on paragraph 7 bis and adopt the resolution. We will then continue our work with item 13 on the celebration of the Convention's 20th anniversary, as well as item 14, other business, and then item 15, closing. This provisional timetable has been duly published online with the proposed changes. Dear delegates, before starting the morning session, I wish to draw your utmost attention to how important it is for us to undertake today's work in a smooth and swift manner. As you know, several of the items that we are examining today are crucial for the ongoing functioning of the governing bodies of the Convention. I therefore ask you to be concise and constructive in your interventions. I have requested that the timer be set for each intervention for 2 minutes in this regard. If you could also submit your proposed amendments to the Secretariat in advance using the email address ich-amendments@unesco.org, this would greatly help the smooth conduct of the session. Thank you for your full cooperation and support. And now we proceed to item 9. The global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention and proposed revisions to the operational directives. I have the great pleasure to welcome to the podium the chairperson of the open-ended Intergovernmental Working Group in the framework of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Japan to UNESCO, Mr. Atsuyuki Oike. Welcome, Ambassador. May I ask you to give a report of the working group to the General Assembly? The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear members of the General Assembly, the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention was a long and inclusive process that started in 2018, involving expert survey and consultations, as well as intergovernmental discussions. I was entrusted with the role of spearheading the reflection as chairperson of the open-ended Intergovernmental Working Group. It has been my great honor. Allow me to express my gratitude to all stakeholders involved, including the experts who participated in the earlier consultation and the state parties who took part in the working group meeting. Be assured that your dedication and insightful discussions have led to the significant results achieved by the global reflection. We had the same bureau for all 3 parts of the meeting. I take this opportunity to thank the 5 vice chairpersons from Germany, Poland, Peru, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kuwait for their great help. Allow me first to summarize the steps followed for the process. With the combination of a survey and online Category 6 meeting, The expert consultation that took place from March to May 2021 laid a ground for the work of the working group. The experts initially proposed 4 main approaches for the reform of the listing mechanisms. The 4 suggestions are A, stricter control, B, fine-tuning, C, repositioning, and D, maximum inclusivity. In the end, experts chose 2 of those approaches to present to the working group, namely B, fine-tuning, and C, repositioning. Interestingly, consultations showed that experts were equally split in their recommendations of these 2 broad approaches. Given the extensive nature of the recommendations gained by the expert meeting and their potentially far-reaching implications, the meeting of the open-ended working group was convened in 2 parts, one in early July 2021, that is part 1, and additional meeting in early September 2021, this is part 2. Part 1 and part 2 meetings successfully addressed the priority topics of the reflection as previously requested by the committee, which included, so from now on I will go into the individual items. The first, consideration on criteria. Now the working group's recommendations is to maintain all the criteria for a representative list and urgent safeguarding list while taking specific proposals for each of the criteria. So we actually introduced some of the elements into each criteria, but we agreed to maintain those criteria. And there was a considerable discussion on R2. So in the end, instead of deleting R2, we decided to change its content. The criterion P9 of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices is to be deleted, and the nomination form for each criterion will be simplified. Establishing specific procedure for removing or transferring elements from and between lists. This is the second major item. It is important to note that under the new system, communities may directly express their wish to transfer an element, although the process of transfer has to be initiated by the state parties concerned. This is an element of compromise between the 2 different schools of thought. The transfer from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list will follow the normal cycle, and this procedure is now linked to periodic reporting. As to the procedure for removing an element, the reform system foresees a 6-step procedure that distinguishes removal requests submitted by the state party concerned or by other entities. So now the other entities can actually propose to remove an element from the list, but nonetheless, the procedure is slightly more cautious in that case. The new system also includes the idea of enhanced follow-up if the committee considers that additional information is needed. We spent considerable time both in part 1 and part 2 to produce those procedures for transfer and removal. Now coming to the question of establishing procedure for the extension of multinational files, the working group distinguished a procedure for an extension at international and national levels. The main difference is that the procedure is somewhat lighter for an extension within a state in terms of required criteria. For both types of extension, the state party is asked to demonstrate the consent by original communities for the extension. The working group also identified practices to be encouraged and used in the context of statutory operations under the Convention, notably the use of the community's language or the languages that is accessible to them in the preparation and submission of nominations. And secondly, the use of audiovisual tools where possible for providing information requested in the form as well as for communicating concerns. The use of gender-neutral and inclusive language within all aspects of the Convention. So we used to call, a gentleman's agreement, but this is no longer relevant in this context. Upon the request of the working group, the Secretariat prepared a set of draft amendments to the operational directives based on the recommendations of the Part 1 and Part 2 meetings. These proposed amendments were endorsed by the 16th session of the committee in December 2021, which recommended that the General Assembly revise the operational directives on the basis of and reflecting the spirit of the recommendations of the working group. Now, based on the request of the working group, the 16th session of the committee extended the mandate of the working group to take on additional issues identified by the working group and the committee itself. As a result, a Part 3 meeting of the working group was convened in April 2022. During this meeting, the working group was asked to reflect on 9 topics grouped into 2 main categories. The first category concerned 5 discussion topics that were ultimately linked to the annual number of files for examination. This included, most importantly, the composition of and working methods of the evaluation body. We agreed to set the annual number of files to be examined at no less than 60. At the same time, there was a strong voice that more files should be examined, so the working group requested the Secretariat to prepare a detailed proposal of the financial and human resources needed for strengthening the listing mechanism. This proposal should be submitted for examination by the committee for transmission to the Executive Board and the 10th session of the General Assembly. Following this agreement, the working group agreed to maintain the current composition and working methods of the evaluation body. We also agreed that inscription on an extended or reduced basis are to be considered outside the annual ceiling on an experimental basis. Now, here, when you want to reduce or expand, then this request will not be counted as one of the 60. This is outside. But some fears were expressed in this regard because then people might want to go for extensions because this is not counted as one. So if that happens in the future, then we have to re-examine this part. So the arrangements for now is on an experimental basis. The second category of issues comprise other technical issues that required further reflection. Concerning the backlog files, the working group agreed the backlog files older than 4 years should be removed from the backlog while inviting members to submit updated versions which are to be treated expeditiously within the framework of the prioritization system. Concerning the possibility of obtaining additional information regarding nominations by using a dialogue process with accredited NGOs, it was agreed that the issue will be discussed in the new initiative on the broader implication of Article 18 of the Convention. I have some requests from some delegations about this particular point, so I will come back to the point later. Concerning the examination of exceptional cases, it was decided that any exceptional cases that increase the annual ceiling shall be reviewed by the committee with the understanding that this does not concern cases falling under extreme urgency. The working group invited the Secretariat to recommend possible criteria to define exceptional cases. On this one again, I'll come back to this point later. Now, all the required amendments of the operational directives as a result of the recommendations of the working group have been approved by the committee in its 16th session and 5th extraordinary session. The present session of the General Assembly is now requested to approve the proposed amendments to the operational directives in order to implement the recommendations made by the open-ended intergovernmental working group as endorsed by the 16th session and by the 5th extraordinary sessions of the committee. Now, I would like to mention some points raised by the delegations who want me to report these in the General Assembly. During the Part 3 meeting, I was requested by some members of the working group to include 3 issues in my report to the General Assembly. One issue concerns backlog files. The other relates to the working group on Article 18. The last one was on the procedure to examine exceptional cases. Now, the topic on backlog was raised when discussing issues linked to the annual number of files. Files that could not be treated due to the annual seeding and the priority system are commonly called backlog files and stay in the pipeline of nominations. Long discussions were held on this issue, and the working group recommended that backlog files older than 4 years should be returned to the submitting states. Some delegations expressed their concern that a few countries with a significant number of backlog files would not be able to have their files withdrawn, submitted again, and be evaluated within 4 years. So those state parties with many backlog files would be required to update their files a second time. Therefore, it was suggested that Secretariat open the dialogue with those states to establish a plan for the resubmission of their backlog files. Secondly, some delegations expressed views that the NGO should concentrate on capacity building and good practices rather than play a role in terms of providing additional information regarding the nominations. Our working group did not have a mandate to determine the agenda item for this new working group on Article 18, so I was requested to mention those points in my report to this General Assembly. The third topic that I was asked to report was raised when discussing other issues requiring further reflection. It relates to the procedure to examine exceptional cases. Some delegations expressed their wish that discussion take place to identify a group or body to work on establishing the criteria for the definition of exceptional cases in the context of the 2003 Convention. This point was not agreed and therefore not included in the recommendation, so I was asked to mention these views in my report. Mr. Chairperson, these are the main points that I wanted to present to the General Assembly. Following the request of the working group, the Secretariat has prepared a set of draft amendments to the operational directives based on the recommendations of Part 3 meeting. I understand that the Secretary is ready to present an overview of the proposed amendments to the operational directives. At the same time, I would like to underscore that these revisions have already been endorsed by the 16th session and the 5th extraordinary sessions of the committee, covering all 3 parts of the recommendations of the working group. As the chair of the working group, my suggestion would be that the General Assembly approves the proposed revisions to the operational directives without reopening any technical discussion, because once again, all those details have already been cleared at the committee level. I'm supposed to finish here, but let me just add one thing. To avoid any misunderstanding, the structure is this. This working group on global reflection was created by the committee. So we presented our recommendations to the committee. And as a result of that, the committee looked at the changes in the operational directives as a result of the recommendations. The committee so approved, endorsed the recommendations and also the changes in the operational directives. Now, here, working groups are open-ended, so everybody was able to participate. And then we had recommendations. Recommendations were approved. So institutionally, the process is already done. The process is already done. But General Assembly has to approve the changes in the operational directives. And therefore, the item is here. What I'm saying is actually my plea. Please don't reopen the recommendations because the process has been completed. I do recognize that there are some points which are relevant to the discussions we had yesterday, for example, the exceptional cases. Yes, we did have discussions, and that resulted in the recommendations, but these recommendations do not require any changes in the operational directives. So, in the future, Secretariat will come up with a proposed criteria for those emergency cases. But I don't think it's the time to reopen the discussions now. So with that, thank you very much for your cooperation, and I hope that recommendations will serve the purposes of the convention in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report, Ambassador Oiki. And the global reflection was a comprehensive process that allowed broad consultations to take place. As the main outcome, we have in front of us this important set of amendments to the operational directives that are required to be implemented and bring to life the discussions and insightful recommendations of the working group. Before moving to the draft resolution, I now request the Secretariat to provide us further information. Mr. Assistant Director General of Culture, the floor is yours.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed amendments to the operational directives presented to the GA now in Document 9 are now under discussion, and the texts highlighted in grey correspond to the recommended revisions that came through the 16th session of the committee based on the recommendations of the working groups, Part 1 and Part 2 meetings. The texts that are highlighted in blue relate to revisions recommended by the 5th extraordinary session of the committee based on the recommendations of the working group's Part 3 meeting. As Ambassador Oike mentioned in his report, the committee at 2 occasions recommended the present session of the GA to adopt the proposed amendments on the basis of reflecting the spirit of the recommendations of the working group. Over and above the revisions to the operational directives that are proposed for adoption here in the GA, some of the results of the global reflection will actually be implemented in other ways. The working group paid a lot of attention to the staffing requirements of the Secretariat, and they also had discussions on how to enhance it. At the request of the working group, the Secretariat plans to submit a proposal on the financial and human resources for examination by the 18th session of the committee next year in 2023, with a view to subsequent endorsement by the 10th session of the GA in 2024, and further discussions in the broader UNESCO context. Similarly, the working group invited the Secretariat to recommend possible criteria for defining exceptional cases concerning nominations, as included in the recommendations of Part 3 meeting of the working group. And the Secretariat has taken due note of this encouragement. The working group also identified the need to initiate deliberations on the broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention, and this includes a continuation of the discussion on how to enhance dialogue and communications amongst the stakeholders of the Convention, with a particular focus on communities, groups, and individuals. The Secretariat is in close contact with the delegation of Sweden, who is generously supporting and very thankfully supporting this initiative, and it plans to launch a Category 4 expert meeting on this topic in the first half of next year, to be opened by an open-ended intergovernmental working group by late 2022. And finally, Allow me to point out that the new forms for nominations to the lists, for transfer requests and for international assistance are going to be made available by the end of this year, for nomination files to be included in the 2024 cycle for examination by the committee at its 19th session. There will also be other technical adjustments, such as the terms of references of the evaluation body, and those will be implemented accordingly. So, Madam Chair, those are the main points that I wanted to put before the GA. The Secretariat, remember, is here to answer any questions that you may have about the whole process of the global reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. ADG, for your detailed presentation. What we are seeing in front of us is the result of hard labor since 2018. The proposed revisions to the operational directives in itself is a real achievement, as they are ambitious in scope and technically complex. First and foremost, allow me to recognize the efforts of the working group that prepared their recommendations through the three-parts meeting. Special thanks must go to the chairperson of the working group, Ambassador Oiki from Japan, whose able leadership made it possible for the group to conclude its work. I would like to take this opportunity to especially thank the government of Japan for their financial support throughout the reflection process. At this stage, let me invite the members of the General Assembly who certainly are keen to share their points of view on this important reflection and its outcomes. The floor is now open. Does anybody wish to take the floor? But please, just a reminder, we are going to strictly follow the 2-minute rule. We have to. Thank you. The first three speakers in our list is Kuwait, Palestine, and Belgium. We start with Kuwait first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. Let me start with thank His Excellency Ambassador of Japan for his great leadership during this working group, and also like to thank the ADG Culture and his team for the report and the patient. I would like just to mention one thing, this process was very inclusive. In fact, a lot of times before even the meetings, we as a Bureau, we meet and discuss certain issues and we go back to our groups. So I also echo what my dear colleagues, Ambassador of Japan and the Chair, to approve it without discussion, as was mentioned in the committee. So also I appeal to our member states in the General Assembly to approve it without discussion, since we are also behind time. And I thank you, Madam Chair, and I took less than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll try to make it faster than my colleague. Let me first thank the government of Japan for their generous contribution to this exercise, and special thanks to the chair of the working group, Ambassador Oike. And don't worry, we also support the approval without discussion, of course. I would like just to stress two things, important things that has been discussed during the working group and even during our assembly. One is the exceptional cases that I call emergency cases. We need absolutely to continue reflecting on this and to have something concrete in the operational directives. This is one thing. Second thing, we discussed it also very thoroughly, R2. And I reiterate the request to the Secretariat, the urgent need to simplify the form regarding R2 especially, just like it was done for R5 in the past. And to conclude, before concluding, I thank also the government of Sweden for their generous support for the coming working group. And finally, though I presented a very, very slight amendment to the DR that will come for this item, and I'm sure the Assembly will support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Belgium would also like to thank all of the stakeholders who have taken part in these 2 years of discussions that have led now to these proposed revisions for the operational directives to be approved here in the GA. We know that they overcame challenges and lots of difficulties, particularly as concerns R2, Article 17, also for the ICH, for the USL. We also see that the emergency cases are being looked into. We also see that much work was done for transfer from the USL to the representative list with its 6-step process, and we welcome this transparent process. We also commend and thank the government of Japan for its support in this process. And we thank the Intergovernmental Committee for having reached consensus on the for our delegation. It is nonetheless important to valorize these, and there are, we need the expert input, and we're looking forward to this Category 6 expert meeting for next year, in which we can ensure the absolute knowledge base that is required in order to make sure this. So this would be EXP/7. We think that there are lots of worthwhile suggestions there and that can contribute to the process. Belgium wants us to have a further reflection on the implications of Article 18, and wants to thank the government of Sweden for the upcoming working group support. We think that over and above the mechanism for inscription, this is a great improvement, and we're very, very pleased to see the outcomes of this of these reflections, and we look forward to the next iteration of this at the 10th session in 2024. Thank you.
Give the list because the chairperson has been asked to read it and then to finish the list. So, China, Sweden, Colombia, Estonia, Japan, France, Netherlands, Switzerland, Romania, Madagascar, Malaysia, Lithuania, Moldova, Denmark, Austria, Brazil, Czechia, Slovakia, Poland. Is there somebody that I forgot? Saudi Arabia. So I had Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, Jamaica, and Norway. You are all? Yes. Please.
Thank you, ADG. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. China would like to thank Ambassador Oike as the chairperson of the working group for the presentation, as well as the ADG for the work done. As a member of the open-ended working group and the committee, China participated actively in the 3 meetings of the working group on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms and the 16th ordinary session and the extraordinary session of the committee. We welcome the consensus reached on specific issues by the global reflection, and we also support the approval of the operational directives. And we would like to reiterate our request to the Secretariat to prepare relevant recommendations on the criteria and the procedures for the submission of projects in exceptional cases, so that these recommendations can be discussed by the Intergovernmental Committee. And we would also to thank again the Secretariat for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden has been an active partner in the reflecting process, and we would like to thank the government of Japan for supporting the reflection and the Ambassador of Japan to the UNESCO, Ambassador Oike, for successfully chairing the meetings of the open-ended working group. Among our priorities during this process, Sweden is particularly engaged when it comes to the strong involvement of civil society practitioners and bearers. We also are a strong believer in the role that the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices can play. We are therefore very pleased that we've been able to contribute financially to the reflection for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. We also know how much time, negotiations and considerations that lies behind the proposal, and would like to remind the state parties of the consensus recommendation from the committee decided upon just a few days ago. We hope that the General Assembly will adopt the whole text in the annex as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I shall be brief since I was actually an active participant in the meeting, so I'm aware of. First of all, we just wanted to extend our congratulations to His Excellency the Ambassador Oike for his stewardship in running this process. My thanks to all of our colleagues, but also to the Secretariat who provided all the documents and made it possible for this work to be done. So I'd like to echo those who spoke before me to say that we recommend that this be approved without discussion. I just wanted to add that this global reflection, I think, is actually going to be a moment of transformation and maturity for the whole convention. And this is of vital importance for breathing new life into the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Estonia would like to commend the hard work accomplished together in the last 2 years under Japan's leadership. The guiding principle in our discussions was how to enhance the involvement of communities in all the mechanisms of the Convention and how to prioritize the ICH safeguarding in the listing system as a whole. We hope these proposed revisions to the operational guidelines will be adopted as a whole. Estonia is glad to note the decision to initiate a separate reflection on the implementation of Article 18. We thank Sweden for supporting this process and look forward to discussing some lighter ways of promoting and disseminating good safeguarding practices. Finally, in the context of the discussions yesterday on exceptional procedures, it is worth noting that in its recommendation 11, the working group invited the Secretariat to recommend possible criteria to define exceptional cases for the committee's consideration. This guidance would definitely help our debates in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan would like to congratulate all state parties which have been participating actively to the discussion of the global reflection of the listing mechanism, as well as Team Fumiko and their team to have effectively organized the reunion under the COVID situation. I again hope that team will recover soon. The working group has been a long process with 3 parts, but I believe that we were able to achieve quite a lot. We believe that it would be important in the future to strengthen the financial and human resources of the Secretariat to improve the listing mechanism furthermore. We are looking forward to the new working group on Article 18, and we thank Sweden for its generous contribution. With that, we hope that the proposed revision to the operational directives reflecting the outcome of this working group will be endorsed as a whole without discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. France, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, France would like to warmly thank Japan for its support in this global reflection process. France supports the approval of the revisions of the operational directives as proposed, and we also wanted to underscore the importance of Recommendation 11, that criteria need to be clear and that the Secretariat needs to provide these, particularly for defining exceptional cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, we would like to thank the Ambassador of Japan for chairing the working group. As stated during several meetings, the Netherlands is in favor of a dynamic and inclusive listing mechanism with lighter procedures for extended nomination, which would decrease the workload of the Secretariat. The Netherlands would like to echo the recommendation that the reformed listing system should strive to place communities at the center of safeguarding effort and seek their broader and more active participation in all steps of the listing system. The Netherlands states once again that the lists are not an end, but a means. As collective guardians of the Convention, we must ensure that the lists do not become an end in itself. We respect the extensive work of the open-ended working group. We all made compromises on different topics, and therefore we endorse the recommendations of the working group and this draft decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Romania, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Romania would also like to thank the experts for the work that they have done, the excellent work that they have done on this reflection. Romania supports better management of the number of elements inscribed on the representative list in order that states take more responsibility for their safeguarding plans. There must be an international mechanism that truly contributes to the safeguarding of elements and, of course, their greater visibility. Now, to avoid inflation, which could result in unintentional reduction in value, and to make sure that elements are significant, there must be a selection process at the level of each state. We also support the role of Category 2 centers of UNESCO in the monitoring of national safeguarding plans that could result in more empowerment and responsibility of states in fulfilling their obligations. Another point discussed during the working group's meetings was the carrying out by UNESCO of impact studies on the consequences for communities concerned of inscription of elements. We support the strengthening of monitoring mechanisms at all levels, local, regional, and national. And we also support the new measures proposed to reform the system of inscription, a program to strengthen capacities of the living heritage as a contributor to sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Madagascar, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. The overall reflection on the inscription mechanisms is a significant step in bringing the mechanisms up to date, because the future of the 2003 Convention is really today. It's already today. I would like to thank the group for the trust put in Madagascar to represent its group, and I would also like to thank the government of Japan, and especially you personally, the chairperson of the working group, and I refer, of course, to His Excellency Ambassador Oike. This work was guided by you in a masterful fashion, and the results are very satisfactory indeed. In the name of Africa, I would just like to raise one point, namely the issue of priorities. We have the overall Africa priority at UNESCO, which we must always keep in mind. When it comes to representation, Group 5A is numerically significant, and if we apply simple arithmetic for Africa, inscriptions are inversely proportional to the number of inscriptions on the intangible cultural heritage list. So we must think in terms of intangible cultural justice. So let me conclude by saying once again, thank you, because we support all the work that has been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Malaysia would like to express our appreciation to Japan for the leadership role and support given of the open-ended working group. Malaysia would also like to thank the expert committee and the Secretariat for the excellent work, as well as to all the participants for their constructive suggestions throughout the meeting for the revision of the operational directives. The refinement of the operational directives is pertinent to strengthen the safeguarding and the preservation of intangible cultural heritage and to ensure its smooth implementation. Malaysia agrees that all state parties have a responsibility to encourage safeguarding at the national level and should evaluate their respective management of the 2003 Convention from time to time. In short, Malaysia supports the decision to approve the revisions to the operational directives as contained in the annex of the present resolution. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Lithuania, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. The Lithuanian delegation thanks the Secretariat, the government of Japan, and in particular His Excellency Ambassador Oike and all of those who participated in the open-ended intergovernmental working group for the tremendous work that has been done. This search for solutions was not always easy. We congratulate the group and we support all of the proposed amendments to the operational directives for the implementation of the convention, and we would like this open-ended intergovernmental working group to continue to work in the same composition in order to deal with other issues that are so important for the future of the convention. And thank you very much to Sweden for the support.
You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Please allow me to express a profound gratitude for the work of the Secretariat. All of the necessary support was provided to my country to implement the provisions of the Convention and the operational directives. We welcome the changes that encourage submission of files to UNESCO, calling for inscription of elements on the intangible cultural heritage list when they require safeguarding, and especially with international support. And we support the changes whereby elements already included on the list of UNESCO could also be strengthened by their contribution to cultural identity. And we're sure that this 9th session will contribute substantially to the safeguarding and promotion of the intangible cultural heritage. In the name of the Republic of Moldova, we congratulate the new members of the committee and we wish them every success in their difficult work.
You have the floor.
First, and thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, Denmark wants to acknowledge the efforts and results of the global reflection on the listing mechanism. It has reached important conclusions, and there's been thorough discussion on the proposed changes. The success of the open-ended method was reflected in the broad consensus expressed on the 5th extraordinary session of the Intergovernmental Committee on Friday. We therefore support that the General Assembly respects the work of the Intergovernmental Working Group and adopts the recommended revision to the operational directives as they are without any further changes. Furthermore, Denmark particularly appreciates that the proposed revisions highlight the importance of involving communities, groups and individuals in the nomination process and securing their free, prior and informed consent. We welcome further discussions on how best to secure their active participation. also in the upcoming working group on Article 18 of the Convention. Denmark thanks the governments of Japan and Sweden for sponsoring the previous and the upcoming reflection process, respectively. Last but not least, we want to underline the necessity of securing a sustainable system that allows the Secretariat to work effectively within the resources available. We'd like to use this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for their efforts, not only in relation to the current work on the listing mechanisms, but also in their general efforts to develop our work with the Convention in ways that best live up to the spirit behind it.
Thank you. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would also like to thank again the government of Japan and all the states, parties, experts, and other participants who have joined the open and the working group. The results are notable and crucial guidelines for the current and future work of the Convention. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation and support for this immense task. We cannot emphasize enough the importance of its outcomes, especially consolidation of the current constellation and working methods of the evaluation body and the new operational directives, which underlines the appreciation of its work. As many of the here present delegations and representatives have participated in the meetings, we know that the suggested addition to and changes to the operational directives are the results of intense debates that found their outcome in consensus. So we align ourselves with our other colleagues not to open the debate again, and we are looking forward to the working group on Article 18 in the near future, and rest assured they would have a similarly fruitful outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brazil, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Nos gustaría subrayar que las propuestas para asegurar una
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to underscore that we appreciate all of the work done, and we think that this is important not only for the functioning of the list, but also for underscoring good safeguarding practices. And that is why we think that the recommendations from the working group are going to guarantee better participation going forward of communities. We also think that it's going to help have a more inclusive and representative list overall. We also think that more reflection is required on Article 18. I think it'll give the Convention greater visibility and will hopefully extend and transfer knowledge concerning good safeguarding practices. We think that the monitoring and reporting processes being of such importance are also going to be enhanced thanks to these revisions to the operational directives. We are looking always for a better balance across the list and in the Convention, and that is why we think that the representative list could actually extend further reflection on to other issues such as equality, for example. When we have 29 in the USL list and 29 in the representative list, and we think that the register of good practice could actually reflect some more on the relationship between ICH and sustainability. We also notice the cultural aspects of such elements and the way that they contribute to sustainable development. From our perspective, traditional knowledge need to be acknowledged not only as a way of safeguarding the community's identity and well-being, but also how they can be mainstreamed into broader policies concerning creativity, for example, or sustainable development. Brazil would like to focus on the strategic advantages in ensuring that, excuse me, overlapping mics, says the microphone, says the interpreter. When all is said and done, the lists are supposed to enhance a greater mutual understanding, and this can only be of benefit to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleagues, the delegations of Czechia, I would like to thank everyone who has participated in the entire reflection process, starting with Japan for its generous contribution and His Excellency Mr. Atsuyuki Oike, who, as the chairperson of the open-ended working group, guided the whole process in a very efficient and wise manner. We also need to commend the Secretariat for perfect service and support, very well prepared materials and draft amendments, which we are going to approve today. Last but not least, we deeply appreciate the work of our colleagues, experts, as well as members of the open-ended working group. The discussions were open to everyone, long, thorough, and crowned with a broad consensus, which is reflected in the revised text of the operational guidelines, and confirmed by smooth endorsement by the Intergovernmental Committee. All our questions have been answered by the Secretariat during the information session. Although we expected a small revolution, all amendments and final recommendations are primarily of practical and procedural manner. However, very important issues were opened and discussed, some of them for the first time, and very much needed procedures have been set up. We are ready to adopt the proposed text as it is drafted and believe in importance and success of the next deliberation with regard to Article 18 of the Convention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Slovakia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Slovakia would like to thank the Secretariat, Japan, and especially His Excellency Ambassador of Japan for the relentless work aiming to improve the system of the listing mechanisms. We welcome the proposed amendments to the operational directives, and we hope that they will be adopted as they are. Having had an expert in the evaluation body, we know how precious the technical assistance of the Secretariat is, which on many occasions is reaching its capacity limits. In this respect, we would like to highlight the necessity for extra budgetary funding in order to increase the capacity of the Secretariat to cope with the workload. We highly appreciate the work of the evaluation body. Our priority should be to maintain this high quality and consistency of its work in order to continue strengthening the credibility of the Convention and equal handling of all. We are very happy that a compromise has been reached in this respect. More attention should, however, be paid to the current geographical imbalance. First, by setting priorities, and second, by focusing on capacity building to improve the quality of submitted files. The international assistance can help not only with the preparation of the nomination files, but at the same time could be used for research, inventory, or other activities that would help to protect the ICH. More focus should therefore be paid on other aspects of the 2003 Convention. In this respect, Slovakia welcomes the initiative leading to a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. Our experts and relevant stakeholders are looking forward to contributing to discussions, and we thank Sweden for the support to the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. A lot has been said already, so I'll be very brief. And I would like to also attend the whole group of the member states who thank the government of Japan and especially Ambassador Atsuyuki Oike for his great leadership during the whole process of this global reflections on the listing mechanism. I also would like to thank very much the Secretariat for all the assistance and help that they provided to us whenever we need it. We are convinced that this new recommendations that has just been established by the open-ended working group will improve all the provisions of the operational directives and will strengthen the system of the ICH protection. We believe that all of them should be adopted as a whole, and we would like to support the proposed draft decision. We also would like to thank all the members of the Convention for constructive cooperation during the last years on this matter. At the end, I also would like to thank the government of Sweden for the support proposed and for the continuity of the reflection on the broader implementation of Article 18. We find that it's very necessary to actually have this discussion. Last but not least, allow me to congratulate all the new elected members to the committee and wish them a productive time during their mandate. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be quick and brief. First of all, I would like to thank you, Ambassador Atsuyoki, and thank the government of Japan for the wise and very efficient leadership of this very long and inclusive reflection. I would like to thank the secretariats and the committee of experts for the great work that they have done in providing support to us in this process of reflection. Definitely, this reflection and the results of it is going to lead us to a more structured, sustainable, systematic approach of our work in this intergovernmental committee, where we fully endorse the changes to the proposed amendment to the operational directives, and we're looking forward for further reflection into the implementation of item 18. And also, we're looking forward specifically for the detailed proposal on how to increase the capacity for increasing the ceiling of files to be nominated, whether human resources or financial resources, so that we can support the convention in that. And we're looking forward to how can we define a clear criteria for exceptional cases to avoid further confusions. You have all our support. This process was inclusive since day one. Everyone here was invited to attend, and this process was clearly adopted and fully adopted by the Intergovernmental Committee. All what we need now is to endorse it as is. Wishing all the best of luck, and thank you.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Azerbaijan would like to thank the chair of the working group and the secretariat for comprehensive information presented to us. We note with satisfaction the efficient work in advancing the reflection on the listing mechanisms. We believe that the wide consultation process has brought its results, now reflected in proposed revisions to the operational directives. We would also like to thank Japan for its financial support and the effective leadership, which allowed to complete the reflection process in such an efficient manner. Our delegation notes with interest that the global reflection has led to a new initiative to reflect on a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention with regard to the programs and projects that best reflect the principles of the Convention. In our view, this represents also an important part of the future of this Convention, since this mechanism allows sharing experiences internationally. We're pleased to know that thanks to the support from Sweden, a Category 6 expert meeting will continue its reflections in this regard in the near future. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Jamaica also thanks Japan for its excellent leadership in this process, open-ended working group for its diligent work, and Sweden for its committed support. The procedures of this committee have been proven to be as thorough as they are nimble, tested as they have been by the global COVID-19 pandemic and emergency situations. We congratulate the working group in reviewing this governing instrument to secure harmonization, currency, good governance, inclusivity, equity, and efficiency, a standard which Jamaica believes has been met. It has been an honor for Jamaica to have served this committee. The traditions and collegiality have allowed the discharge of its solemn duty to see to the preservation of our living heritage effectively. Reform embraces the opportunity to build upon these successes, and we commend the work which introduces the various mechanisms and methodologies which augur well for additional opportunities for dialogue and engagement between the committee and countries with submissions. We are optimistic that this will increase the success of nominations. Each are invaluable gifts to the world. We are confident that outcomes of this and upcoming reform processes will embrace even more deeply and widely the vocabulary and vibrance of distinct cultures and forms, will achieve greater flexibility, broad enough to expeditiously and adequately treat with exceptional circumstances, attain simplicity in processes, and support strengthened capacity for all submitting states. Jamaica will continue to support this work, which ultimately increases knowledge and understanding of people and the sustainable development of our world. We thank you.
Thank you. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway warmly welcomes the global reflection process on the listing mechanisms and would like to express our gratitude to the various stakeholders who have participated. We would also like to thank the government of Japan for its generous support to the process. As several speakers rightly stated yesterday, a more even geographical representation between the elements inscribed is to be hoped for. Preparing nominations remains a challenging and resource-intensive undertaking, thus illustrating the importance of capacity-building initiative and support from the Secretariat. As we stated on the first day, the Register of Best Safeguarding Practices remains an underutilized instrument. Norway would like to see a more even balance between the different listing mechanisms. We would like to echo the remarks made yesterday by the Netherlands in that the listing mechanisms should not be seen as ends in themselves. Rather, they should be seen as one of several instruments for highlighting and disseminating of intangible cultural heritage, as well as instruments for its continued transmission, safeguarding, and documentation. As we stated yesterday, the challenging resource situation of the Secretariats needs to be kept in mind. Unless more resources are allocated to the Secretariat, an increase in the number of annual nominations is simply not sustainable. This is a key question for the continued viability and sustainability of the Convention and to its very legitimacy. We therefore support the draft resolution as presented, and we are looking forward to the future work on Article 18, funded by Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines acknowledges the work that has gone into producing the amendments. We welcome those setting out a clear process for transferring elements from one list to another, as well as for removing an element from the representative list. We echo the sentiment expressed by the delegation of Denmark, particularly in ensuring the free, prior, and informed consent of the communities concerning their heritage. And we look forward to the upcoming working group on Article 18 and hope for a fruitful outcome of such working group. We hope for the adoption of the draft resolution as a whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ethiopia expresses its gratitude to Japan, the Secretariat, and all those who participated in this meticulous task of amending and revising the listing mechanisms and operational directives. Taking this opportunity, I join the Ambassador of Madagascar regarding the issue of making Africa a priority. As incoming committee member and a state party, Ethiopia endorses the draft resolution and commits itself to the implementation of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes our debate. And let us move now to the draft resolution. Please refer to the draft resolution in document 9, which is Switzerland and Burkina Faso. Switzerland, then Burkina Faso.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam. We had been missed off the list, but we would like to take the floor. Switzerland would like to thank the open-ended working group and the Secretariat for the excellent work done on this reflection concerning inscription mechanisms for the convention list. We would also like to reiterate our warm thanks to the government of Japan, and more specifically to Ambassador Oike, who supported this important reform process in a very valuable way. We would like to stress the fact that the approach was of very high quality. Experts were involved. All states, parties in this open-ended working group could contribute, and so there was very broad participation indeed. This has made it possible for us to achieve broad-ranging consensus on the changes proposed to us today. They reflect the will to advance in a balanced and profitable way for our convention. In this regard, Switzerland would like to welcome the results achieved by the open-ended working group and presented with the support of the Secretariat. We have a very coherent, consistent, and relevant set of changes to the convention rules. We support the revision process as proposed, and we call on the Assembly to support this without reopening the debate. We would like to continue dialogue and reflection on the functioning of our convention, in particular through the initiative that has been opened, supported by Sweden, for consideration of the application of Article 18. Thank you.
The next speakers are Burkina Faso and Mongolia, and we absolutely have to close the list. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Chair. Burkina Faso would like, in its turn, to congratulate the working group and the Secretariat for the very complete report that we have received, and we most specifically thank the government of Japan for its support for the work of the group. We also congratulate in a personal way the Ambassador of Japan for the finesse and dexterity with which he guided the work of the open-ended working group, work that has been crowned with the result now before us. Burkina Faso participated actively in the deliberations of this working group. And finally, Burkina Faso supports the recommendations that have been submitted to us for consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mongolia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mongolia would like to commend the excellent work of the open-ended working group and the Ambassador of Japan for leading this great process. We are fully in favor of adopting the recommendation on the reflection. However, we wish to emphasize that human and financial resources of the Secretariat should be further considered in the future work of the implementation of the recommendations as it was expressed by the Secretariat and other few delegates in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the end of the debate. And now we go to the draft decision resolution 9.GA9 as shown on the screen. Let's go paragraph by paragraph because there is a slight revision, proposed revision in a certain paragraph. Paragraph 1, citing the document we have examined, do I see any objections? There being none, adopted. Paragraph 2, recalling our previous decisions, do I see objections? None, adopted. Paragraph 3, taking note of the revisions to the operational directives endorsed by the 16th session of the committee on the basis of the recommendations of Part 1 and Part 2 meetings of the open-ended intergovernmental working group. Are there any adopted? Paragraph 4, further taking note of the revisions to the operational directives endorsed by the 5th Extraordinary Session of the Committee on the basis of the recommendations of Part 3, meeting of the Working Group. Any objections? None? Adopted. Paragraph 5, thanking Japan for having supported the global reflection. No objection? Palestine is here. Adopted. Paragraph 6, expressing appreciation to the experts who took part in the consultation phase and to the open-ended intergovernmental working group for their work, dedication, and engagement. May I read paragraph 6 again? Expressing appreciation to the experts who took part in the consultation phase.
You have to read it from here, because there is an amendment.
Okay. Expresses his appreciation to the open-ended intergovernmental working group, and Palestine has the proposed amendment to add its chairperson, His Excellency Ambassador Atsuyuki Oike, and the experts who took part in the consultation for their work, dedication, and engagement. Yes, Ambassador Oike, you have the floor.
Sorry, thank you, Madam. Well, I really appreciate the kind words from Palestine. And also, I would like to appreciate all the kind words expressed by other delegations. It's really nice to see you in person. Many of you, I saw you on the screen, but it's nice to have you here in the room. Having said that, with all due respect to my dear friend Munir, it's a little bit strange to mention a name. This is an expression of appreciation to the open-ended working group, and we worked together. So perhaps having a particular name may not really be appropriate in this context. So with all my thanks to you, I propose that my name should disappear. Thank you.
Ambassador Oike, the name to disappear, but how about the title? Title? Yes, title, chairperson.
Well, essentially, this is thanks to the entire membership of the working group, so I don't think it's actually necessary. Thank you.
Is there no objection to what Ambassador Oike has proposed? Palestine would like to take it.
Are you opposing Palestine?
Are you opposing Palestine?
Never in opposition with my dear friend Ambassador Oike. Just to make it clear, it's not unusual to have names in the DRs. We did it in other assemblies, and we thank persons. We mention names of persons. It's not unusual, even in the executive board also. So it's, I'm not opposing, but maybe if you find it too much to have the name, maybe we can put the chairperson as the president proposed. But in any case, if this is your wish, I can go along with it. I never oppose my dear friend from Japan. So it's up to you, Madam Chair, now. You have our position. Thank you again, but sincere thanks. I propose that because you heard all state parties who took the floor after during the debate, they expressed
that we retain chairperson and delete the name. Is that acceptable to all? No objections? Carried. Oh, carried. We are in paragraph 7, also takes note of a separate initiative launched to reflect on a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention. Further thanks Sweden for supporting this initiative and requests that the Secretariat report on the progress to the 10th session of the General Assembly. No objection? Adopted. Para 8 decides to approve the revisions to the operational directives as contained in the annex of the present resolution. No objections? Adopted.
Now the whole decision.
Okay, and now we go to the adoption of the whole resolution. No objections? Whole resolution 9.GA9 is adopted. Congratulations. And now we are in item 10. Use of the resources of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. The adoption of the plan for the use of the resources of the fund on the basis of a proposal submitted by the 16th session of the committee is one of the main prerogatives of the General Assembly as per Article 25.4 of the Convention. Please refer to document 10, which can be read along with the information document INF.10. May I ask the Secretariat to present this item to us?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, dear Assembly. Allow me to start by saying that the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund remains in a healthy state, with a balance of $8.7 million as of 31st December last year, which excludes the $1 million reserve fund. The fund is in a position to respond to the needs of states parties and communities. Regarding the use of the fund in the past biennium 2020-2021, detailed facts and figures are included in documents 10 and Inf 10. And for the interest of the time, so I would like to propose that the focus be given on the proposed plan for the use of the resources in 2022 and 2023, looking forward. Myself and colleagues, of course, remain available to answer any question that delegates may have on the implementation of the fund until 31st December last year. The proposed plan for the use of the resources of the fund is outlined in the annex of document 10. It covers a period of 24 months, 2022-2023, as well as the first 6 months of 2024. The budget for the first 6 months of 2024 corresponds to 1/4 of the budget for the period 22 and 23, as per our usual practice. Compared to the previous plan, the proposed plan largely follows the same distribution in terms of percentages for each budget line. However, the proposal contains some technical adjustments, which I will highlight when I reach the budget lines concerned. In line with the priorities of the fund, the majority of the resources would continue to be allocated to providing international assistance to states parties, and this is budget lines 1, 1.1, and 2. The combined percentage of these three lines represent 62.6%. Budget line 1 will be assigned once more with the majority of the allocation of the fund, which is 50%, while 10% would be allocated to budget line 1.1, which concerns the safeguarding, implementation, and monitoring team that Assembly has authorized to create. The first adjustment proposed in this plan concerns line 1, and it is a direct response to recommendations 5 and 6 from the 2021 IOS evaluation. The committee, in its decision of the 16-13, authorized the Secretariat to use part of this line on an experimental basis to cover the monitoring and evaluation costs of international assistance projects. These additional funds, separate from the grants allocated to the beneficiary states, will not exceed 10% of the approved budget for each project and would be managed directly by the Secretariat. They could, for instance, support the assistance of external experts to provide an independent evaluation of projects. Let me go to budget line 2 about preparatory assistance, which will slightly increase from 2% to 2.6%. This increase is linked to the global reflection on the listing mechanism that you have just seen, and this would allow the fund to be able to immediately implement the revised operational directives approved, as I just said, under the item 9. And these concern the possibility for states to request assistance in the preparation of requests for the transfer of inscribed elements between the two lists of the Convention, as well as for inscription of elements on an extended or reduced basis. Budget line 3 about other functions of the committee will be maintained at 20% of the total budget approved. This line is dedicated to upstream work at the global level. Following the new approval procedure introduced by the committee in 2019, the percentage breakdown under this budget line 3 has been approved already by the 16th session of the committee last year. It is now presented to this Assembly with a narrative description of the 4 expected results under this budget line, and this corresponds to paragraphs 24 to 31 of your document 10. Funds allocated to this budget line will be specifically dedicated to the improvement in the management of knowledge, information, and monitoring of the Convention, the capacity building program, the integration of ICH into development plans, policies, and programs, with a particular focus on education and on the safeguarding of ICH in emergency situations, and also the promotion of the objectives of the Convention through awareness raising and outreach. Let us go to budget lines 4, 5, and 6. And these will be maintained in general at their respective percentages, with slight adjustments based on the experience of the current biennium. Budget line 7 is about costs of advisory service to the committee, and it is proposed to be increased from 6% to 7.7%. Similar to budget line 2, the proposed increase is linked to the global reflection on the listing mechanism examined by the Assembly just now, and this would allow us to cover the additional costs associated with assessment by the evaluation body of an initial number of requests that Secretariat may receive in the near future for the transfer of inscribed elements between the two lists of the Convention, the inscriptions of elements on an extended or reduced basis, and the follow-up of inscribed elements. So those are the main points of the plan for 22-23, as well as the first 6 months of 24. Madam Chairperson, allow me to provide just a little additional information before ending my presentation. And I'm pleased to inform you of positive developments regarding support to the Convention since the beginning of this year. On behalf of the team, I would like to thank the International Information and Networking Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in Asia Pacific region, ISCAP, for an earmarked contribution in support of the capacity building program, an additional contribution to the regular program to support the MOOC on living heritage and sustainable development. The Sharjah Institute for Heritage in United Arab Emirates for an additional contribution to the regular program to support the rollout of the capacity building activities on periodic reporting in the Arab States region. Bulgaria for an additional contribution to undertake the renewal evaluation of the Regional Center for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage in Southeastern Europe. The Government of Flanders, Belgium for contribution through a funds in trust modality to support the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in basic education in Namibia and Zimbabwe. And finally, France and Lithuania for recent contributions to the sub-fund for enhancing the human capacities of the Secretariat. Let me underline that these contributions are particularly important to maintain the operations of the Secretariat because the total amount of contributions received in 2021 to the sub-fund corresponds to only 3.5% of the target endorsed by your Assembly in 2020, that was $950,000 per year. The Secretariat is very, very grateful to all these donors for their generous commitment in support to the work of the Secretariat, which will be duly acknowledged in future statutory reports. I have come to the end of my presentation, and I remain, of course, at your disposal to answer any questions, together with colleagues from the Bureau of Financial Management and the Bureau of Strategic Planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fumiko, for that detailed presentation of the plan for the use of the resources of the fund, covering the period 2022 to 2023. It is a very positive sign to see that the proposed plan would allow us to operationalize the outcomes of the global reflection on listing mechanisms and strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of international assistance projects. Before moving on to the adoption of the plan and the resolution, I propose to open a general debate and give the states parties the opportunity to ask their questions. I now open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? Shall I call the first? Okay. Jamaica. I call on the Philippines. You have the floor.
Thank you for giving the Philippines the floor, Madam Chair. As a member of the Executive Board, the Philippines strongly advocates for further mainstreaming of data-driven and evidence-based approaches in UNESCO's programs and processes, particularly in ICH Secretariat's capacity to conduct monitoring and evaluation activities. We believe that this crucial aspect can further expand the ability of our living heritage in shaping a prosperous and sustainable future for all people. Mindful of the Convention's limited resources, the Philippines strongly supports the ICH Secretariat's proposal to increase its human resources to focus on the monitoring and evaluation aspect of its initiatives. Moreover, as the ICH expands its intersectoral work, the Philippines also proposes to explore the inclusion of the International Decade of Ocean Science as a priority area, in addition to the International Decade for Indigenous Languages that is already mentioned in the document. With this, the Philippines wishes to emphasize the importance of diversity and equitable geographical contribution in the selection of staff with a firm adherence to UNESCO's required competencies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next on the list are Austria, Netherlands, and Jamaica. After this, we are going to close the list. And Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you. Please let us renew our appreciation of the Secretariat's work here. Noting in the budget that the expenditure is on the decrease is no reason for concern for us. Very obviously, this is largely linked to the effects of the COVID pandemic. We are pleased to see the fund in a stable and healthy state. The guidelines for the use of the resources of the funds in paragraphs 66 and 67 of the operational directives determine that a large majority of the resources be allocated to providing international assistance to states parties to supplement their national efforts to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. This refers to budget lines 1, 1.1 and 2, and this is clearly given in the proposed budget on the table in front of us by 62, about 62%. Having said that, for us it is important also to maintain the allocation of budget line 1 at the level as high as possible to enable states parties to strengthen their safeguarding efforts. However, unfortunately, in recent years, this budget line has continuously been reduced, and for the first time, it does no longer comprise the majority of the funds. If we compare the figures, in 2016-17, we had 59% going to budget line 1. In 2018-19, it was 52.55%. In 2020 and 21, it was 51.96%, and now in 22-23, it is for the first time 50%. The increase of the budget lines in 2 and 7 is meant to cover the additional costs that may arise from the implementation of the outcomes from the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. Furthermore, new costs arise for the monitoring and evaluation of international assistance projects by external experts on an experimental basis, as we have just heard. In this context, we would like to inquire what costs from the outcomes of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms are taken from the ICH fund. As we had it since the early days of the convention, we assume that the inscription process of element is covered by the regular budget, not affecting the fund.
Madam, excuse me, may I request you to conclude, please?
Sorry?
To conclude.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
So the question is it only the preparatory assistance for the transfer requests that is covered by the fund? Thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands, pardon. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo the statements and the questions of the colleague from Austria. The distribution of the budget often show where the priorities lie. We are pleased to see that in accordance to Article 66 and 67 of the operational directive, the majority of the resources are allocated to providing international assistance and activity that directly improve safeguarding in connection to social, environmental and educational areas. We would like to state that from our perspective, the purpose of the convention is best served by prioritizing point 1 and 3 of the draft plan. The Netherlands also welcomes the priority that is given to monitoring and evaluating international assistance programs. We would like to call upon the Secretariat to publish the results of these activities whenever possible into public-oriented content. It is clear that the ongoing discussion about the listing system and the financial and human resources needed for it is inseparably linked to the other activities and the funding of the convention. The consequence of strengthening the listing system is that more assistance is needed from the Secretariat, which means that more budget will go to the list. And that means that in terms of percentages, less budget goes to the other activities. This development is already visible in this proposal and in the last 10 years, like Austria mentioned. And this is a development to keep a close eye on in further discussions. The Netherlands supports the draft decision. However, we would like to add that we believe that the current step of the percentage-wise redistribution in the direction of the list should stop at this point. And, for the last time, the list is a means, not an end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Jamaica notes that this convention will soon come of age, celebrating as it will next year 20 years of successful and continuously evolving operation. We renew our commendations of the work of the Secretariat. Jamaica supports the suggestions put forward to allocate funds by percentage. We endorse an approach that sees resources directed to specific projects in areas of greatest need and impact. In this regard, we underscore, among other important UNESCO priorities, the needs of small island developing states regarding safeguarding ICH heritage, which remain particularly vulnerable to natural disasters. A threat increased exponentially with climate change, and also Priority Africa. We appreciate and support the use of funds to undergird strategies to increase the responsiveness of the Secretariat generally, and more specifically, to better support state parties in their national efforts to safeguard ICH. We underscore the importance of addressing the imbalance of representation of NGOs by region through use of the fund to provide capacity development training. We also endorse as necessary allocations to increase capacity to monitor and evaluate projects. Jamaica welcomes the overall changes, which will allow for needed funds to be more readily accessed, delivered in a timely manner, and managed with efficiency and accustomed accountability. We commend the flexible, facilitatory, and innovative ethos for administering the fund. Jamaica appreciates the prospect of access to expert advice prior to submissions and like strategies, and welcomes the development of thematic initiatives, including actions on safeguarding ICH in formal and informal education and ICH in emergencies. Jamaica commends state parties for contributions, including the voluntary contributions, and we commend the Secretariat for good management of the fund. Regrettably, we have seen reported decreases, and we look forward to not only returning to the usual pace, but accelerating how interventions are actually
Madam,
made.
I would have to request you to conclude.
Thank you
Sorry.
very much, Madam President.
Thank you. And now the last speaker in the list, because we have closed, absolutely the list is closed now, is Chad. Chad, you have the floor. So Chad is not speaking? Okay. We have several questions addressed to the Secretariat from the floor, and I give the floor now to the Secretariat to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the comments and questions. I have noted principally 3 questions, 2 from Austria and 1 from the Netherlands. Basically, the proposal that we made is to keep up with the development of the convention, and in this particular case, the decision that you have just taken on the reflection, following the reflection on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, for example, and to be able to implement immediately certain things that are going to be effected under the new system. So to answer to one of the questions from Austria, the budget line 2 foresees under the preparatory assistance, both to be able to cover the issue of the transfer from the representative list to the USL, but also the extension of an inscribed element. So both all the packages that the new system have foreseen are covered by this proposal. Also, concerning the international assistance, the amount attributed to this line, of course, it is 50%. But if you look also at the 1.1, the subline, the 10% for the team that will be supporting this mechanism, then the overall amount, overall percentage is quite high at 60%, so that we believe that we continue to be able to service all states, parties, and communities through this international cooperation mechanism that is very important under the convention. The question posed by the Netherlands about the need to publish the activities that will be undertaken by the Secretariat on monitoring and evaluation, point really very well taken. This is for us a very important step towards further operationalizing the international assistance mechanism. You may recall that under 2018 and 19 biennium, an expenditure rate for this line has increased quite significantly, and obviously with the COVID, we are experiencing a little bit of a setback, but we hope to be able to catch up. And then at the same time, to build a very robust, ground-based monitoring mechanism to be able to understand the impact of the international assistance that is being provided. And of course, that will be duly reported to the governing bodies of the convention. I thank you, ADG, and then Chairperson.
Thank you, Fumiko. I believe that the General Assembly is ready to consider draft Resolution 9G810, but let us start with the adoption of the plan as contained in the annex of Document 10, which will be on the screen. May I ask the Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.G810 as shown on the screen? Seeing no objection?
You have to go first for.
Oh, sorry.
Wait. No.
The plan.
Because you are here. That's it.
Okay. Sorry, I jumped again. Apologies. And now this is the correct thing to say. The Secretariat already gave us a detailed presentation of each line. Is there any objection? I see none. Adopted. And then we move on to the adoption of the resolution. Please refer to Draft Resolution Document 10 on screen. I suggest that we adopt it as a whole, as there has been no suggestions or recommendations for revisions. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, it's adopted. We shall now go to item 11, election of the members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I have already announced the election results informally. This time we are formally recognizing the new members of the committee in the form of the resolution. To recall, this secret ballot was required only for groups 2, 4, and 5B. I would like to thank our tellers, Ms. Paula Gomez Barleta of Panama and Mr. Julius Shoboy Mwahunga of Kenya for their willingness to serve the General Assembly. May I turn to Mr. ADG for the announcement of the results.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. So, the results are as follows. Group 1, Germany was elected with a clean slate. Group 2, Slovakia was elected with 94 votes. Uzbekistan was elected with 105 votes. Bosnia and Herzegovina received 9, Bulgaria received 26, and Estonia received 69. Group 3, Paraguay was elected with a clean slate. Group 4, Bangladesh was elected with 97 votes. India was elected with 110 votes. Malaysia was elected with 110 votes. And Vietnam was elected with 120 votes. Cambodia received 95, and Thailand received 75. Group 5A, Angola, Burkina Faso, and Ethiopia were elected with a clean slate. Group 5B, Mauritania was elected with 82 votes. Iraq received 70. That's it.
Thank you, ADG. Are there any questions or comments before we move to the adoption of the draft resolution? I see none. We therefore propose to adopt the resolution, and let us refer to document 11 and its attached draft resolution on screen. Are there any objections? Seeing none, adopted. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now in item 12, proposed revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly of the states parties to the convention. Mr. ADG, could you please present the background to this item?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This item concerns the initiative to harmonize the rules of procedures of the General Assembly of the Convention in the field of culture, and the working document 12 explains the background as to how it came about in a larger context of UNESCO-wide effort to improve its governance. The initiative to harmonize the rules of procedure across the Culture Convention dates back to 2015, when the 38th General Conference of UNESCO invited all conventions to discuss the follow-up to the recommendation of the external auditor report to improve their governance. The same session of the General Conference also established an open-ended working group on governance, procedures and working methods of the governing bodies of UNESCO, with the objective to pursue greater synergy, harmonization, efficiency and impact. The 39th session of the General Conference in 2017 subsequently examined the report of the open-ended working group and endorsed the group's recommendations. These recommendations are of particular relevance as they invite governing bodies of the Culture Convention through broad consultation to further explore, as appropriate, harmonization of the rules of procedures and coherence in decision-making procedures, taking into account their respective mandate and specificities. Regarding the 2003 Convention, its governing bodies have discussed between 2015 and 2019 the need to harmonize the rules of procedures of its governing bodies with the rules of other culture conventions. There is reference to the General Assembly Resolution 6.GA11, 7.GA12, and 7.GA13, and for the committee decision 13.com17 and 14.com19. The 8th session of the General Assembly in 2020 encouraged the culture sector to continue its effort of harmonization while inviting the Secretariat to submit a new draft consolidated version of the rules of procedure at its 9th session of the General Assembly this year. In view of the similar needs identified by the other assemblies of UNESCO conventions in the field of culture, the 41st session of UNESCO General Conference in 2021 examined a set of model rules of procedure for the assembly of the party to UNESCO's Cultural Convention, from which the said assemblies may draw insights to explore possible ways to harmonize their respective rules of procedures as appropriate. This session of the General Assembly is requested to examine the proposed revision to the rules of procedures of the General Assembly. The Secretariat is pleased to be able to present the proposal response to the request made by various sessions of the governing bodies of the 2003 Convention. It is important to emphasize at this point that the model rules of procedure is not meant to impose any procedure or ways of governing conventions. It respects specificities and its practices of each normative instrument. Madam Chairperson, I'm going to pass the floor to Fumiko so that she can give an overview of the proposed revisions. Thank you so much.
Fumiko, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, ADG. Thank you, Madam Chair. So given the volume and technical complexity of the revisions proposed, the Secretariat invited state parties to the convention to an online information and exchange meeting on the 31st of May this year to explain really in details, rule by rule, what the proposal looked like. And this session was attended by around 150 participants from 80 state parties. The document for that meeting included a comparative table, which was used during the session to introduce the proposed revisions one by one with details of the proposal, reasons for the proposal, and sources of the proposal. The table included in Annex 1 of the document 12 in front of you is the same as the version issued for that information and exchange session, with the exception of minor linguistic adjustments that were pointed out by participants of that information session. The proposed revisions mean that the current 19 rules of the General Assembly will be revised to include 40 rules. The proposed revisions are presented as a table, and they are divided in 3 columns. The left column is presenting the current rules of procedure of the General Assembly. The middle column shows the proposed revisions to the rules based on the model rules, and showing with the use of strike through for the deletions and underline for the new wording to be able to show you clearly what are being changed and so on. The right column contains the explanatory notes, which shows the proposals together with the reasons behind such proposal and sources as appropriate. And these explanatory notes are based on the commentary explaining the model rules of procedure as contained in document 41C55. So now I would like to give you a really very quick overview of the main revisions that I try to show by chapter, if the technical team could display. Basically, there are, by chapters, new provisions that are coming in. For example, just as an example, and I'm not going to go into it for all chapters, but the proposed revisions start with a dedicated first rule on the functions of the Assembly, which does not figure in the current rules. Another example of the new provision concerns Rule 4, that establishes the conditions for the convening of ordinary and extraordinary sessions of the Assembly, which does not figure in the current rules, or Rule 5, that codifies the ways in which the date and place of the Assembly is determined, that once again is not in the current rule. The proposal also reflects lessons learned from the new ways of working together because of the pandemic, for example, and Rule 6 is about organizing online meeting of the General Assembly. Another examples of revision concerns, for example, linguistic revisions, and the model rules of procedure advocates the use of gender-inclusive language and refers to the United Nations guidelines for gender-inclusive language. So in this text, we are changing the expression he stroke she, it becomes she or he, and so on and so forth. So now the proposals that we tabled in front of you really follow very closely the model rules that were seen by the General Conference, but nevertheless on two provisions we are proposing a slightly different provisions, and I would like to mention them. The proposed Rule 11.11 replicates the current Rule 3 of the General Assembly of the Convention and formalizes the existing practice with respect to the election of the chairperson. The election of the chairperson, vice chairpersons, and rapporteur. The proposal is to reflect the practice of the General Assembly of this convention, as well as to keep it aligned to the practice of the Intergovernmental Committee and elect up to 5 vice chairpersons rather than up to 4 vice chairpersons as the model rule of procedure suggests. This is in order to ensure geographical equity, taking into account that the functions of chair and rapporteur are nominal appointments, and the practice of the General Assembly and Committee of our Convention is that the delegation of state party of the chairperson is seated in the Bureau to represent the electoral group of that state. The proposed Rule 12.2 replicates the current Rule 4.2 of the General Assembly of the Convention with harmonized terminology as regards the temporary replacement of the chairperson during her or his absence. The proposal is to maintain the well-established and well-functioning practice of your assembly so that the temporary replacement of the chair is to be chosen at the discretion of the chairperson rather than as the model rule of procedure suggests, basing the selection on the use of the French alphabetical order of the Bureau members. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ADG.
Thank you, Fumiko. Thank you, ADG. I now open the floor to delegations who may wish to take the floor. I see now China. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. China appreciates the efforts made by the Secretariat to come up with model rules of procedure for the General Assembly of States Parties in the field of culture in general. In general, we have no objections to the amendments as proposed, but Article 3.3 of the Annex it really changes the meaning of the rule as it currently stands, because Rule 3.3 in the Annex the representatives of other intergovernmental or non-governmental organizations, as well as other representatives or observers invited by the Director General can participate in the work of the General Assembly as observers without the right to work and subject to Rule 16.3 and its provisions. Because this new rule profoundly changes the thrust of the rule as it currently stands. And therefore, we call for 3.3 to be, in fact, written in accordance with the current wording of 2.2 of the current Rules of Procedure, in the sense that observers invited by the Director General can participate in the work of the General Assembly, subject to the provisions of 7.3 of the current Rules of Procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. France, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam, the revisions proposed to the Rules of Procedure of the governing bodies of the states parties are generally positive because they do make the Rules of Procedure more precise, clearer, and we have already indicated in the past that it is important to have more precise Rules of Procedure. That being said, the point relating to meetings held at a distance could be fleshed out in order to make it possible for voting to be held online. As we stated at the information meeting on ways of voting online, we already mentioned that at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other requests for the floor? Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To save time, we just wanted to lend our support to what was already pointed out by the distinguished delegate of China when it comes to the concerns about inviting observers, for example, to the sessions of the committee. Having read through this and listened to the comments made by France, we would actually prefer to maintain the current wording in which it says that meetings are to be held in person, because this, I think, is in line with what is happening in the rest of UNESCO, such as the Executive Board and in other fora. Thank you.
Thank you. Turkey, you have the floor. Azerbaijan first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to echo what has been said by distinguished delegation of China. We are almost in some parts in favor of course, in rules of procedures that has been presented by Secretariat, but specifically regarding the paragraph, newly paragraph 3.3, we don't think that this paragraph is necessary, so we are in favor to deleting this, and we can work on the already the paragraph that had been in the rules of procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank our colleagues at the Secretariat for preparing this document for us. We believe that it is a good study, but might need some improvements as well. I would like to echo what our colleagues from the delegations of China, Venezuela, and Azerbaijan said. We think some revisions in these new rules of procedure goes beyond harmonization of the conventions. In that sense, we also prefer that we should work on the former version of the paragraph 3.3 and delete the current version. but also at the same time we understand the needs of the Secretariat and would like we can offer some improvements to the 3.2 as well. Thank you.
I see Mauritania and Pakistan. Are there any more delegations that would like to speak? Seeing none.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Mauritania is, generally speaking, in favor of all of the proposed revisions to the rules of procedure, but nevertheless we support the position of China, echoed by Azerbaijan, insofar as Rule 3.3 is concerned. Thank you.
Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your election. Pakistan would also like to support the comments that have been made by China, Venezuela, Azerbaijan, and also the proposal proposed by Turkey. Thank you.
Palestine and Oman, followed by Oman, and then we close the list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, I appreciate the work of the Secretariat regarding the rules of procedure, and we appreciate the positive outcome. Nevertheless, we heard so many concerns regarding Article 3.3. Maybe with deleting the new article, we can go forward and adopt for the moment these amendments, noting that this is a continuous exercise. The amendment to the rules of procedure could be done later on if we feel that we need to do so. Regarding the meetings, hybrid meetings, or maybe we can keep it in mind, but the question of vote, it has been raised in other committees and other bodies. It remains difficult to hold elections, for example, online. So it is clear we can think about the hybrid meetings. For the moment, it is not clearly included, but we can keep it and keep the presidential. So thank you again, and thanks for the Secretariat, and maybe we can go forward with the proposal of many delegations regarding Article 3.3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like also to thank the Secretariat and everyone have contributed to this rule of procedures. I would like also to support the amendment raised by China for the Article 3.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the list is Kuwait. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for the report. Also, Kuwait would like to support the draft amendment submitted for item 3.3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like, first of all, to thank the working group, as I had some logistical problems this morning. I came late and I had no possibility to thank the working group and its chairperson and the experts for the work done. I have two questions here. First of all, I would like to know when in one of the rules for the amendments of the rules, it is proposed to delete the plenary, and it is said in the comments that it's for more flexibility. I would like to know if it is not in the plenary, where can we take such decision? Why not in the plenary? It's just a question. And then I do approve what was said by Palestine. I think that we should have a possibility of having the meetings in online and in presencia and hybrid meetings. We witness now the fact that we have difficulties to have
intervention coming from colleagues who were not able to be here, experts who are in our capitals, and most of all, our secretary of the convention. So if we used to have the hybrid solution, I think that they would have been able to participate. I think so that we should keep the possibility of having hybrid meetings, and of course, for elections, we can consider some possibilities as it was done for the executive board. I think some work has been done and we can follow it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the speakers list, we have Kuwait, Switzerland and the Czech Republic. And after that, the debate is closed. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Bonjour,
Good morning and thank you, Madam Chair. We are a little confused with the discussion that's currently underway because we have proposals 3.1 and 3.3, and if we've understood correctly, the idea is to remove 3.3, and yet for us, well, this is part of a package, 3.2 and 3.3, because actually this just explains the previous version of 2.2, and we don't actually see how we could go along with the elimination of these two articles. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
We have Netherlands. You have the floor.
Czech Republic.
Oh.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. And then Netherlands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We should just like to thank the Secretariat, first of all, for having prepared these revisions to the rules of procedure based on the model rules of the GC. Since these are technical and practical revisions that have been broadly discussed, we actually hoped that there would be no debate on the various different articles therein. But since that's not the case, here we are. As my colleague from Switzerland has said, we also are a little confused because the former Article 2.2 has actually been divided into two new parts, 3.2 and 3.3, and we don't actually see how you can eliminate 3.3 because that would actually mean that representatives of intergovernmental organizations or non-governmental organizations, as well as other observers, could never participate in our work. And so we wanted to ask this question to the Secretariat. Is what our colleague from China requesting, is that actually possible? Thank you.
Thank you. And since many questions have been addressed to the Secretariat, I would like to call on the legal advisor. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to you. The reason for my presence this morning is because, of course, this is quite legal in these terms, but I should point out that this has been the subject matter of an intensive work together with the colleagues in the culture sector, and in particular the Secretariat of the Convention, and I should say with also the personal and very valuable involvement of the ADG of Culture, and we're really very grateful for the tremendous work they have done on a matter that is purely legal. Madam Chair, in order to clarify matters and before answering the questions, I would like to introduce members of the Assembly to two concepts that might be useful later on for me to explain my thought on this. Article 13 of the Charter of the United Nations makes a distinction between what we international lawyers know as codification on the one side and progressive development on the other. When you draft a text, like this text here, you're actually doing two things. The first one, which we call codification, is basically reproducing things that already exist. It's rules that already exist. They may be put together in different ways, there may be explained better, but there's no change in what the rule is. Progressive development is the idea that we are trying to improve the rule, in trying to provide new ideas in order to, well, maybe make the procedure before the assembly better. I have to say that a very, very big part of the proposals that are contained in this text are codification. They don't change anything that you have done, and there are some that are progressive development. They are new things. And if you were to read in conjunction the document that you have in front of you, in conjunction with the model rules with their commentaries, as was submitted to the General Conference of UNESCO, you will see that the commentaries make it actually very clear when it is that we are codifying things that you're already doing and when it is that we are proposing things that are new. With this in mind, I would like to answer the 4 questions that I understand were asked. The first question is with regard to Article 3.3, Rule 3.3. And this is in great part, but not completely, in great part a codification, so something that already exists. And what already exists is Rule 2.2. Let me read Rule 2.2 of the Rules of Procedure for better clarity, and I'm quoting. Representatives of the United Nations and organizations of the United Nations system and other intergovernmental organizations which have concluded mutual representation agreements with UNESCO, as well as observers of intergovernmental and international non-governmental organizations invited by the Director General, may participate in the work of the Assembly without the right to vote and subject to Rule 7.3. End of quote. So, the first thing to mention here is, if you look at Rule 3.2, first of all, you will see that Rules 3.2 and 3.3 have, as a matter of clarity, and in order to make a clear distinction between 2 kinds of observers that we have, the representatives of international governmental organizations that have mutual representation agreements with UNESCO on the one hand, that's 3.2, and the other organizations on the other hand, that's 3.3. 3.2 basically reproduces 2.2 as it is right now, only for UN and other organizations that have concluded mutual representation agreements. So it is a codification. It's something that is already there and it doesn't pose any problem. Rule 3.3, on the other hand, is also a codification. We just separated 2.2 into 2 different parts, so it remains a codification with one exception. The only exception is the addition of the terms as well as other representatives or observers. That is what we call progressive development, but it's also a practice that has actually existed in several conventions. So my understanding, and I'm talking here under the control of the distinguished delegate of China to ensure that I am correctly interpreting her words, my understanding is that a number of delegations do not agree, are actually in agreement with what the rules are, but might have doubts about this addition. And I understand the proposal not about deleting the entire 3.3, because if that were deleted, you would actually be changing the rule 2.2 as already exists, but rather as deleting as well as other representatives or observers, which is what is new in that provision. But once again, this is what I interpret from what I have heard, and I would be very grateful if I could have a clarification whether I haven't misunderstood what has been discussed. And of course, if the Assembly were to decide that that is what they want, well, that would be returning to what we already have, and it wouldn't pose necessarily a problem. I'm sorry, that was long, but that was just question number 1. Let me go to question number 2. The second question that was asked was with regard to voting online. So this refers to Rule 6, the new Rule 6 in the... just a second, people are writing to me. They have forgotten that I'm paid to assist the Assembly. Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure is on online sessions. And this, I should point out, is progressive development. It's a new thing. It's not already contained in the rules. And as you are well placed to know, this is a necessity that has arisen in the past couple of years because of the pandemic. Now, what we have taken out from these couple of years are two things. The first one is that it seems to be generally accepted now at UNESCO that when there are periods of emergency and exceptional circumstances which render meetings in presentia impracticable, that terminology, as you may remember, comes actually from the modalities that were agreed upon by the Executive Board for a possible online meeting of the General Conference. So I believe it's an acquired thing that in those exceptional circumstances, bodies at UNESCO should be able to meet online. And this Article 6.1 is to reflect that conviction that I believe is now generally acquired in the Convention. The second thing that has been problematic, though, is that in the past couple of years we have seen that there have been a lot of difficulties in not so much in the fact of meeting, but how do we decide that we meet online? What procedure should be applied to decide to meet online? And this is particularly acute for a body such as this General Assembly that doesn't have explicitly in its rules a possibility of consultation by correspondence, as for example the Executive Board has at UNESCO. So paragraph 6.2 and 6.3 aim at actually providing for a practical way of making such decision while respecting the majorities in the session. Now, the question that was asked by France is whether we should include in that provision a further paragraph that would say that when the session meets online, it cannot vote. It cannot vote, that no vote is possible. So, this is a matter that you need to decide. It's up to you to decide whether you want to close the door of voting in any event whenever there's an online session. If you were to do that, then it's okay. I might have misunderstood what the French delegate said. In that case, I apologize. I saw that she raises her flag, but please let me know. So you may, if you wish, add a provision that says that. Just be careful of the fact that if you add a provision that says that no voting is possible in an online session, that means that no voting will be possible in an online session, right? You will not be able to vote in any circumstances in those cases. Third question that was asked was with regard to hybrid meetings. I have to say I have a little bit of, let's say, of concerns about the term hybrid, because it is a term that is not technically legal. It's not a legal term, and unfortunately it has been used to refer to meetings of different kinds, of different natures. For example, a meeting that where members are present and observers are online has been referred to as a hybrid meeting. A meeting in which all members are present in presentia, but there has been some delegations that also have certain representatives online, but they also have in presentia. It has also been called hybrid. But then there's what I would call the pure hybrid, where you can choose, you can come in one way or another. And that one has posed a number of problems, and it is a little bit difficult to assess. So for the time being, hybrid meetings have been for governing bodies, for statutory meetings, have been very, very few at UNESCO. There have been very, very few meetings that were purely hybrid, in which basically a delegation could basically decide whether to be online or in presencia. And I have to say, it has posed problems. For example, not long ago in the 1970 convention, there were significant problems because one meeting was held in a hybrid format, and that raised quite a long debate in there. This is the reason why this is not proposed in the model rules. Last but not least, the question from Granada with respect to Rule 40, and that is the question with regard to whether for the amendment of the rules, why is it that in plenary meeting has been deleted? And that is for the purposes of more flexibility. That requirement of in plenary meeting is not actually required in, if you look at our commentary, you will see that some require it and some don't require it. If you put in plenary meeting, that means that for the suspension of the rules, you would need to meet in order to, because you would need to have a session. The majority of 2/3 stays, but you would need to meet in plenary meeting. And let me give you an example to try to explain why it might be useful to take out in plenary meeting, which is, I should point out for the purposes of this convention, what I have called a progressive development, but it is in line with what other settings at UNESCO have. And what does that mean? Let's imagine that you have to meet online because there is a pandemic, and you have to decide to meet online because there is a pandemic. And you don't, for some reason, we don't have interpretation in all 6 languages online, which, by the way, as you know, has happened in the past. In order to meet online, you need to suspend the rule that says that the languages of the convention are 6. Now, if we say that the suspension of that rule requires a plenary meeting, then you will have to meet online to suspend the rule that you are actually suspending by meeting online. So by taking out in plenary session, what you are basically allowing is for the possibility in an extreme scenario for a majority of 2/3 to be obtained through other means, such as a consultation by correspondence or something like that. That's what is the proposal here. Again, this is progressive development, as I called it before. Madam Chair, I'm so sorry for such a long intervention, but I hope it has been relatively clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Legal Advisor. Mr. Legal Advisor, after all, the questions were asked. We have a list of speakers here. We start with the Netherlands. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very curious of the answer of China to the answer of the question of the legal counselor. Is it their intention to remove 3.3 entirely or only a part of the sentence? Either way, we would like to echo the Swiss and Czech delegation. We're strongly and principally opposed of removing 3.3. In our opinion, it's against the spirit of the convention. For example, this would mean that Laurier Turguian of the NGO Forum would not have been able to speak during this General Assembly. And we are in favor of the phrase as well as other representatives and observers. Thank you.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank Mr. Santiago, the legal advisor, for his explanation. I've listened also to the esteemed delegate of France in explaining why 3.3 should stay, because there are some parts deleted from 3.2. With that, I would like to support the deletion of 3.3, but maybe maintain the phrase as is in 3.2, which has as well as observers of intergovernmental, etc., etc. So keep 3.2 as is without deleting the part and delete 3.3. I think this will solve the confusion that's being created. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to support my colleagues from Switzerland and Czechia when it comes to the Article 3.3, and I also would like to thank the legal advisor for his explanation. For us, it's quite clear why it happens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, just briefly to say that we support the observations made by China, but having borne in mind the explanations we've just heard from the legal advisor, we were wondering if we could just remove the part that is causing the conflict, and that as well as other representatives or observers. That would be our suggestion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. France, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor again. Yes, just to say that on this issue of online meetings, the idea is not to enable any votes in the very exceptional cases and given very clearly specified circumstances as described in the rules of procedure when there were online meetings. Then obviously votes could occur, but we'd like those votes to be done in person. In other words, could we lay the foundation so that there is a possibility for headquarters in-person voting? That was what we wanted to say. Legal advisor, you very ably explained the reasoning behind these rules. And the text of the UNESCO text, there are no hybrid meeting descriptions, and so obviously they're either in person or exceptionally online. But now it is actually possible to invite, for example, experts to connect remotely so that we could hear them, even though statutorily it's considered an in-person meeting. Now, as concerns the discussion around 3.3, Frights would prefer the current drafting. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, señora presidenta.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As concerns virtual and hybrid meetings, we share the concerns of some of the previous speakers. We've actually had an experience here over these last 2 years of the pandemic in which we found ourselves caught out, rather, by the lack of clarity surrounding this. And for the delegation of Cuba, it's vital for voting that, particular for secret voting processes, to be held in person. And I don't think it would be a good idea for this General Assembly to create a precedent that would then impact other fora. Imagine, for example, of the Executive Board, which was one of the first boards that had to deal with this situation. By definition, well, I think it's going to cause problems for the smooth running of the assembly. We've already seen this with the 1970 convention, and so I think we've got to find a way to have voting procedures undertaken in person. And if we could work on it now with hybrid meetings, again, here we've had difficulties. For example, sometimes you have hybrid meetings tend to give precedence to those who are in person in the room. And this is a little bit complex when it comes to ensuring fair representation. So we think that it should be either in person or virtual, but the notion of a hybrid meeting always leads to confusion and problems. As concerns 3.3, we'd rather stick with the original wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As regard for Article 3.3, I think I would like to address again a question to the legal advisor to clarify the issue of 3.3, which I understood that this was the practice, and we know that it was the practice and nobody was opposing it. This is the first thing. Second thing, it is included already in the original version, that the part that is deleted and that our colleague from Saudi Arabia proposed to have it again. So I think if we delete 3.3 and we come back to the original version as proposed by Saudi Arabia to 3.2, it settles the problem. But if I'm wrong, maybe the legal advisor will explain it better. Now, regarding Article 6 and the online or hybrid or presential meeting, I understand that the word or the terminology hybrid is not yet a legal term. But if our assembly adopts this wording, it becomes legally accepted. Now, there are some concerns, of course, when we hold online meetings. It is impossible to say that we can skip all kinds of votings and especially elections. With the current rule, there is nothing provided regarding the elections. If we hold an assembly online, purely online, we should have a provision for the elections, just like what has been done for the executive board. So we need to think about it seriously. Presential meetings are essential, but making it hybrid, it could help. But when it comes to online, purely online meeting, there is a missing provision regarding the elections. Now, regarding Article 40, deleting the plenary, with all my respect to the legal advisor, I didn't understand the explanation. What is the rationale behind deleting? Because even if, as you mentioned, we need to hold an online meeting and to suspend a rule, well, in that case, even if it is online, it is supposed to be plenary. A plenary meeting could be online or in the room, so I don't understand the scope behind it. And maybe I will have a little remark later regarding another article. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to take the floor once again. I think I wasn't clear enough in my previous intervention that we would like to have the 3.3 deleted, but we would like to keep 3.2 in its original form as the former 2.2. I would like to thank the distinguished ambassador of Saudi Arabia for putting it in a better way than I did. So, on the other hand, I would like to say that some delegations mentioned that we had some kind of extensive meetings about the rules of procedure, which, if I am not wrong, we held an information meeting on the 1st of May. And in that meeting, Mr. Tim Curtis, to whom we wish a speedy recovery, mentioned that it wasn't a drafting meeting. So he was gathering the views and concerns of the delegations. And during that meeting, some delegations, including my own delegation, raised this concern as well. So I would like to make it once again clear that we would like to have the old 2.2 as it is, and also we would like to comment on some other articles, but maybe at a later stage. I don't know how we will conduct this agenda item, if we will go through some kind of drafting, but I might need to take the floor to raise our concerns about some other items. Thank you.
Thank you. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to thank the legal advisor for his response. I do understand now about the deletion of the plenary, and maybe in this case, after listening to our colleague from Distinguished Ambassador of Palestine, maybe we could also put something about consultation by correspondence, because in this case it's not really a plenary. I do understand and I agree. Concerning the hybrid meetings, I do agree with previous speakers. In the executive board, we had this case. We were online, and for voting on some items, representatives of the members had to come to the headquarters. So if it's not called hybrid, we should call it something else. But I think with the evolution of the pandemic, we should be careful. And we have experienced meetings, hybrid meetings. The working group for the World Heritage Committee on Sites of Memories was hybrid, and it was functioning very well. I have not seen big problems, and I think that in the future we can improve the processes. So let's think about it and not exclude it, and if we can find another word than hybrid, let's do it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving China the floor again. I would like to speak in English. Maybe it's easier for us to understand and to save time. So the model rules of procedure that was prepared by the Secretariat and the legal office, it was put online just before the 41st General Conference of UNESCO at the end of last year. If some of the colleagues in the room were there in the discussion, we remember that the member states said we don't have enough time to review it thoroughly. And then the decision of the General Conference was to take note of the model document, and I just quote, for which the said assemblies may draw insight to explore possible ways to harmonize their respective rules of procedures as appropriate. So this is the decision of the 41st General Conference. And I thank the representative of Saudi Arabia and Turkey to explain my intention just to keep the original paragraph 2.2 to replace the current 3.2 and 3.3. We noticed that during the information session organized on July the 1st by the Secretariat, several countries, not only China, we raised this concern for the DG to invite those entities beside the current document. So that's our intention, just to keep the original paragraph 2.2 and delete paragraph 3.3. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, China. Just a little time check. It's now 1:05, and we have until 1:10 to occupy the room. So we'll call on some more speakers before suspending the session. Sweden and Venezuela.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. I will speak about the proposal, the 3.2, former 2.2, and the 3.3. So basically, I thank the legal advisor of explaining and clarifying the different elements of codifying and being progressive. And I will share my interpretation of the progressive part, because I don't think anyone is opposing the codifying part. But what I'm reading in 3.3 is that the Director General is now, with this progressive part, being able to invite appropriate people to the General Assembly. That is my interpretation. So I hope that would be, and I think that is quite a good thing to do. When you need someone to discuss, there should be the experts, the appropriate experts. So that's my interpretation. And also, I would like to thank Saudi Arabia for the constructive proposal in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'll try to be brief. I'm going to be referring only to 3.3. As several of the previous speakers have said, we see that the main problem is these, as well as other representatives. Now, what we've seen in our discussions yesterday and in other moments is that having representatives or observers is actually carefully screened, and I think that that's something that needs to be protected. We would actually see that including this language here would actually dilute or weaken that process and that screening, if you like. And so that is why we do want to have the proper procedures in place to ensure who can actually insist. And that is why we would rather have 3.3, or at least this part of 3.3, deleted. And if not, we could go back to the previous versions of the rules of procedure. Thank you.
To all the speakers, and before we take the lunch break, I just would like to read the names of the next speakers in the list: Mexico, Colombia, Oman, Switzerland, Kazakhstan, and Syria. We shall resume after lunch. And before we go, I have a brief reminder. As we agreed yesterday, there will be a meeting of the informal consultation group on paragraph 7 bis under item 7. This will take place in room 6 from 1:30 to 3 p.m. with simultaneous interpretation in English and French. Thank you. Have a pleasant break, and please be back by 3 p.m. so that we could start promptly. Thank you.
Please take the seat. We're going to start. Yes, I see. I see.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session. You may recall that we had a fruitful exchange morning session and have been able to efficiently complete the examination of items 9, 10, and 11. The morning session ended with a general debate on item 12 on the proposed revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly, which is to continue in this afternoon. Although we are advancing well and only slightly behind the revised timetable, I remind delegates that we still have 5 items remaining on our agenda, including item 7, which has been suspended since yesterday. I would therefore like to ask Mr. ADG to provide some information on what practical arrangements have been made to complete the Assembly's work today. The floor is yours, Mr. ADG.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I wish to assure all delegates that the Secretariat is making the best effort to ensure the work of the General Assembly. In the eventuality that the General Assembly will not finish its work by 6 p.m., the Secretariat has made preparation for an extended session which could continue up to 8. Nobody wants, but kindly note, after 6 p.m., interpretation will be only assured in 2 languages, English and French. These arrangements have been made in order to ensure the discussion and exchange among delegates and to be able to conclude on all agendas on the item while taking into account the logistical and financial aspects of the organization of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, ADG. And my dear colleagues, it is indeed to our utmost interest to finish our work and all the agenda items by 6 p.m. So let us continue our work as we had in the morning in the spirit of active cooperation and consensus. I heard that there were fruitful discussions during the meeting of the informal consultation group. But before we resume our examination of item 7, let us first continue our examination of item 12 on the proposed revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. I have on my list the remaining speakers, namely Mexico, Colombia, Oman, Switzerland, Kazakhstan, Syrian Arab Republic, Sweden. So shall we start? Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, we'll be very brief. We just wanted to support the intervention made by Cuba, particularly as concerns leaving very clear voting procedures, or making sure that those procedures are very clear, particularly as we've seen with the example of the 1970 Convention and its voting procedures. Thank you very much. Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too shall be brief. Colombia would also like to retain 3.3, but we do appreciate the option proposed by Saudi Arabia. So we are prepared to be flexible on this, but our preference would be to leave 3.3 as it is. Thank you.
And you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like also to support the idea brought by Saudi Arabia that to delete 3.3 and to retain the main text of 2.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the spirit of consensus concerning the changes in 3.2 and 3.3. We would like to keep 3.3 in the present wording because it seems to us that even with the original wording of 3.2, we have this. We don't have this wording. Other representatives and observers and representatives of NGOs, the scientific community, and so on, are very important. They're very useful for our debates, and they contribute to the advancement of the convention. Thank you. Has the floor.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. First of all, we would like also to thank the legal advisors for useful explanations given before the lunchtime. We also have concern about hybrid meetings and even more for distant voting. Probably we need to consider the mechanism as Palestine and some other countries suggested. And finally, we would like to join the proposal made by Arabia Saudi in Turkey, and I believe just now mentioned by Swiss, to keep the original Article 3.2. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. And Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to speak in French. My country, the Syrian Arab Republic, and its delegation were present on 31 May at the meeting that was the so-called information meeting. It was a virtual meeting, so we covered a lot of content. Nevertheless, we talked about the amendments, the proposals, and so on. And it was referred to as a meeting to exchange views on changes to be introduced in the rules of procedure on the 2003 convention. So it really was of great interest to a very large number of states. The ADG gave us the pleasure of being present and making a presentation. Everyone was involved in this work. So I think we should thank the Secretariat for the very high quality of the monitoring that they ensured and for their organization of this meeting, be it called an information meeting or a meeting to exchange views. But we were present. We discussed these proposed amendments to Rule 2.2. Now, all in all, it seems to me that the proposal made by our distinguished colleague from Saudi Arabia to keep 3.2 as it stands is very much to the point, and we would certainly support that. Thank you.
SC, and next.
Thank you.
Okay. We have finished the discussion on this topic, and we now move on to the decision. Please refer to document 12 and its draft resolution in paragraph 10. Can we see it on screen, please? In total, 1 to 4.
1 to 4. Okay. And then on the 5th, we go to the amendments.
Okay. I suggest that we take paragraphs 1 to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, as a whole, and then go to paragraph 5, which has a proposed amendment. Is that agreeable to everyone? No objection? Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for taking the floor again. I just wanted to make it clear. Are we going to see the updated rules of procedure on the screen so that we will be able to draft it, or we will just draft the decision here?
Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
Now, what the chairperson, want to explain is that on the draft resolution from 1 to 4, there is no amendments. When we go to the 5th, she will make a proposal to see the amendments, and if there is other amendments on the text, we're going to go there. It's okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Now that it has been clarified, shall we consider 1 to 4 and then adopt them? No objections? I hear no objections, so they are adopted. Paragraphs 1 to 4. We now go to paragraph 5. For paragraph 5, I propose to discuss only the provisions about which the delegates made comments earlier on, and that is new Rule 3.3 and 6.1. The floor is open. Yes, ADG, you have the floor.
So if I understand well, Madam Chairperson, there has been a discussion during the morning, and today we heard other member of the Assembly, and there was a proposal that apparently has is consensual, and legal advisor can help us, to propose to review the 3.2, 3.3. So I don't know if, Fumiko, you can put 3.4 to 3.3 on the screen. Yes, the annex, you have to put it. What the chairperson is asking to you is to resolve the two issues that was raised so that we can go through. Or you have some amendments before the 3.3, Turkey? No? Okay, after. Holland has something to say. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I looked up my notes for the meeting we had on this subject, and Tim Curtis commented on this, that it might be a compromise to only have the word observers and not representatives. So maybe it is a compromise to put the word observers into 3.2 and then scrape off 3.3.
Can you repeat, please?
Oh, sorry, I thought, yeah. So it only observers, oh, sorry, my bad. As it is now, yeah, but then.
Yes. If you want, Santiago can read it so that we be sure.
Okay, for clarity for everybody, if I may read it. 3.2, representatives of the United Nations and organizations of the United Nations system and other intergovernmental organizations that have concluded mutual representation agreements with UNESCO may participate in the work of the Assembly as observers without the right to vote and subject to Rule 16.3. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it was suggested earlier, we would like to keep 2.2 be reflected as 3.2 in the new rules of procedure. So apparently there is a great amount of support to this idea in the room as well. Thank you.
So to understand, because there are some technical issues to come back and come forward. So that's why I want to explain. If you took the text 2.2 originally that it's on the screen, there has to be one change, that it go to the rule 16.3, because we have changed the text. That's important.
Yeah, sure.
But before doing this, only for the understanding of everybody, we have to be sure that it's what the room wants, so that we can change it directly, because after we're going to lose it. So it's a technical issue. So, Madam Chairperson,
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In fact, what Turkey has just proposed is to go back to Saudi Arabia's proposal from this morning, and that is to take out what is struck through right now in 3.2. In other words, go back to the old wording of the original 2.2. But we do ask for a little flexibility on the part of our colleagues here. And we're wondering if perhaps we could go back to the proposed amendment from the Netherlands. That is, keep 3.3 and just add as well as other observers and leave out other representatives. In other words, it would be the new 3.3, but only with as well as other observers. Because here we do see the possibility of having experts, researchers, academics, etc. And we think that that's really important for this convention. So could that proposed amendment be reflected on the screen, please? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
sorry, as I explained, it's not like all the draft resolution. We have technical issues, so we cannot do what you are asking us to do because we're going to lose text. So if you allow us to read what the room wishes to see reflected, then we can adopt, or we can put it, but we cannot do these changes because of system, about some problem in the system. So if you allow us, Madam Chairperson, le conseiller juridique could take the floor to read what is the proposal made, because if I understand there is a proposal made by Saudi Arabia, yes, Your Highness, and there is a proposal from Netherlands to change the order of the words, if I'm not wrong. Yes? So can we ask Santiago?
Mr. Legal Advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to assist the Assembly in this regard. If I understand correctly, the proposal that was made this morning by the distinguished ambassador from Saudi Arabia was basically to delete 3.2 and 3.3 and replace them with the current 2.2. I hope I understood that correctly. Is that the case?
Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a reflection on what I heard from the room. 3.2 can stay without the strike-through. So it's almost like 2.2, but with the replacement of 16.3 instead of 7.3. So it can stay the same without adding and deleting more. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for, I'm sorry. Thank you for the explanation. And indeed, we're saying the same thing in different ways, but absolutely, that's what I understood. In other words, 3.2, one takes out all the things that are crossed. What we end up having in 3.2 is therefore the current 2.2. The only change, of course, is Rule 7.3 that becomes Rule 16.3, but that's just a technical matter because of the numbering of the rules. A number of rules have been added, so what was 7.3 will now be 16.3. There's no substantive change there. So what you would have is 3.2 without the things crossed, and it would read as follows, and I'm quoting: representatives of the United Nations and organizations of the United Nations system and other intergovernmental organizations which have concluded mutual representation agreements with UNESCO, as well as observers of intergovernmental and international non-governmental organizations invited by the Director General, may participate in the work of the Assembly without the right to vote and subject to Rule 16.3. Then 3.3 would be deleted. So that is the first proposal on which a number of member states, states parties had expressed support, for which a number of states parties had expressed support this morning. We now have received two further proposals, if I understand correctly. The first one would be to add, after may participate, the words as observers. And that proposal is one of, I believe, two proposals that were made by the Netherlands. So it would be a clarification that it would be, that they would participate in the work of the Assembly as observers. This is a little bit, let's say, the title of the rule already is called observers, so it's a little bit, yeah, maybe redundant, but as is well known, cela va sans dire, cela va peut-être mieux.
So even though it's clear, it may be better to be super clear.
So that has been voiced by the distinguished delegate from Switzerland in asking for some flexibility of others, is to add after as well as observers of intergovernmental and international non-governmental organizations. I'm sorry, because they have taken out the text before, so give me just 1 second. So it would be of other intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and other observers, basically, if I understand correctly. Right? So it would be after international non-governmental organizations and other observers, if I understand correctly what Switzerland has proposed. I hope this helps, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
It's up to two.
Presented to the body are two versions, this 3.2 and with the amendment proposed by the Netherlands. That's what we would like you to consider and decide on. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's not clear here in the form. Can we just take it out, the Secretariat, to assist our reading better? And just quickly comment, we agree with what our colleague Ambassador of Saudi Arabia said. Thank you.
If you allow me, only so that we be clear, China, we understand, dear delegate of China, we understand, but in the room there was another proposal. So only for that we be clear, we're going to put 3.2 without any addition, only as it is reflected the 7.3 that has to change by 16.3, and whereas 3.3 that we cannot adopt because there is no 3.3, we want to put his version that it was the second that was proposed. Are we agree on the methodology? So that you can see both of them. And in the 3.2, you have to strike and other observers. Give me 1 second, please. In 3.2. No, in 3.2. No, not strike. Get it out. Okay. Yes? It's okay? They are different.
Portugal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want in any way to complicate the work of this committee, especially because I think we are close enough to find a solution for this article. But I am a bit confused now. I understand that you have removed the suggestion from Switzerland to add other observers at the end of the penultimate paragraph. Is that so?
Maybe to try to explain. No, I don't think that's exactly what is intended here. Basically, this is a matter of just presentation, following the request from the distinguished delegate from China, just for you to have a clear picture of what are the options that are before you at this stage. The first option is basically the option from the distinguished ambassador from Saudi Arabia. And basically, what that is coming back to what was 2.2. That's what it is, with just this little change that now is through 16.3, but that's not that's just technical. Now, option 2 is the proposal from Saudi Arabia with the further changes that were proposed by Switzerland, and that is the addition of the terms and other, and well, I cannot see it in the English version, so if I can go down there, with the addition that you see there in red, and other observers. That's the proposal that Switzerland has put to the floor. So basically what you have now to see is whether you agreed with that proposal or not, if I understand correctly. Thank you very much.
Sorry, you're right. There is a mistake. If we follow exactly the 2.2, you have to strike after in the work of the assembly as observers, because it was not in the original text. I'm right? We're right? Yes.
Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Secretariat and the legal advisor. Just to simplify things, we're almost there. We're just here to pick between option 1 and 2. To clarify, our proposal was to change the text that was initially 3.2 and remove the strike-through and then only change the one at the bottom to 16.3. I did not say to go back to 2.2, but if it was the same, then by all means, let's go back to it. But if it was not, then keep the original 3.2, remove the strike-through, and change it to 6.3. So let's please keep 16.3. So let's please keep the original 3.2, remove the strike-through. And this is our proposal. Thank you very much.
Okay, if I follow your explanation, the ambassador, in the original 3.2, the mention as observers was written. But in the room, many of you said you want to come back to 2.2, not 3.2. So if your proposal was to maintain 3.2 without touching and come back to what was said in 2.2, we should re-enter as an observer. Okay, put it back. So now, it's up to the room to decide.
So we have option 1 and then option 2. For the General Assembly to choose from. Palestine, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Indeed, both proposals are very close, but the amendment by Switzerland doesn't pose a problem, but it's not actually vital, and we don't feel it would change anything in practical terms. Now, practice already exists. We can follow with that. The Director General invites other observers. They could be artists. They could be musicians, for example. So we don't think that it changes much practically. And this morning we did hear a good majority supporting Saudi Arabia's proposal. So we're just wondering, to help us move on, whether we could just move to the adoption of option 1, because remember, we've got other things to get on with. Thank you.
Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. I just support what the distinguished delegate of Palestine said. We prefer to go option 1. We think it's a more clear language, does not leave much room for interpretation. And that way, I think we can move forward, and understanding also that the DG continued to act as she's been able to. So I reiterate, we would support, and we can move along with option 1. Thank you.
Colombia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will support option 2 with the Swiss observation. Sorry, I think because it's already flexible. It changed everything that was down. It changed to the same one. But well, as always, we are flexible in the room. But we would like to keep other observers if it's possible. Thank you.
Next is the Czech Republic. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And forgive me, Mr. Othone, we also would like to opt for option 2, because as has been explained by the legal advisor, the revision of this document is actually a chance to move forward in our work. And we think that observers representing communities, for example, would be able to take part as observers without the right to vote. And remember that that is actually a big part of what this convention is all about. So with Switzerland's proposal, We think that it's a big step forward. We are flexible regarding Saudi Arabia's proposal because, quite honestly, we do find that 2.2 and 3.3 are both clear, both similar. Sorry, 2.2 and 3.2 are both clear, and we're flexible, but we've stated our preference. Thank you. Thank you. France, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, France prefers option 2 with the mention of and other observers, particularly given that this is actually already the case. So why not just put it in writing? Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Poland would like strongly support option 2 because it's a big difference between international non-governmental organizations, like, for example, let's say in our region, European or whatsoever, versus non-governmental organizations, which could be included in the statement, and other observers. So Poland strongly supports option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you. We keep it very brief and in line with what was mentioned before by our colleagues from Colombia, Czechia, France, and Poland. We would also prefer option 2. And that's all.
Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. We prefer option 1, and it might look like a slight change in option 2 and other observers, but it doesn't bring any limit or for the invitations can be extended to anyone, any organization, and so actually it makes a big difference. And actually, it's just incorporating previous 3.3 to the 3.2, and doesn't actually meet our expectations and concerns for the time being. Thank you.
Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, also Kuwait would like to support option 1. I think it's very clear, it's been done, we tried, and it's working smoothly, so that we strongly support option 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Netherlands, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I understand it correctly, scraping out the other observers would mean that all the people that sitting behind us have to leave or can participate the next time, and the YouTube live stream is also impossible because they cannot participate in the work of the Assembly as observers. Do I understand that correct, or is it? Could the legal counsel please say something about that?
Mr. Legal Advisor?
In response, I'm not sure who the people who are behind you are, so I cannot respond to that question directly. What I would respond is that, of course, it would mean that the people that are, first of all, it would mean that we would return basically in option 1 to the current situation. So whatever the current practice has been, but for all intents and purposes, the 3.2, as was proposed by the distinguished ambassador of Saudi Arabia, is a return to or it's maintaining the existing practice. So I would assume that whoever has been allowed to participate would continue to be allowed to participate. What is really important, though, is that we're not here talking about public in general, people who can participate, listen, following the streaming, being even present in the room. Those are public, and then we should distinguish that from observers. Observers are people or entities who have actually, for example, the right subject to, and this is what 16.3 says, subject to approval by the chairperson to take actually the floor in the room, which is of course not the case for the public. I hope this helped. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we continue with our speakers list. It Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would tend to go with option 2 because we believe in being inclusive. But just for clarity's sake, we want to understand who are the other observers that we're talking about. Thank you.
Mr. Legal Advisor, the floor is yours.
I'm not sure what they are in the practice of the present session. What I can say, what was the intention in this, it would be to invite other personalities of significance for the purposes of this or other conventions, such as, for example, experts who are not necessarily intergovernmental or non-governmental organizations. They might be people who do not belong to that. It may be, for example, an artist or an expert in a specific field on intangible cultural heritage. That would be the reason. Otherwise, as you may see in the provision, this is limited to organizations.
Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Then we definitely support option 2. Thank you.
We have the rest of the speakers list, namely Azerbaijan, Venezuela, Germany, Barbados, Netherlands, Lithuania. Shall we start? Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the Azerbaijan the floor. Of course, our first statement on this matter was specifically to delete the paragraph 3.3 and go back to the initial version of 2.2, but for the sake of compromise, we are also supporting the option 1. Thank you very much.
Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused. Maybe it's just is that we're just trying to drag this meeting out because we love each other so much and we're so happy to be here in person with one another. Let me see. Option 1 is basically maintaining praxis as it stands, and that is what we think that we understood from the legal advisor. In other words, all of the observers who are behind me now, all of those who are on webcast are still going to be able to do exactly as they have been doing up until now, following webcasts or listening in. Now, bearing in mind what many colleagues have actually said, that that many colleagues did want option 3.3, but in the name of flexibility, they decided to go back to the former Rule 2.2 with this tiny addition. Then remember, that was essentially what Saudi Arabia was proposing, and it doesn't really change anything. It basically just states that what has happened until now can continue. But if some delegations do feel that it would be problematic, then perhaps we could start adding which kinds of observers we want to put in, but we risk excluding someone. So I would just make a plea. Since we're not really changing anything, then since observers as they currently stand and those who are following us on the webcast are following us as they always have done, then can we please just go with the sensible option and maintain what we have? So I do understand that that some people might be a little bit sensitive about it, but honestly, we're not changing anything. So we're getting towards the end of our third and final day. We do need to move on. Can we please just show a bit of flexibility on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the list, I share the views of the distinguished representative of Portugal that we are nearing a consensus on the language. Therefore, I would like to suggest, so that we may shorten the debate a little bit, for the delegates to choose between options 1 and option 2. So, are there delegations that oppose option 1? Czech Republic and Slovakia. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous avons déjà tout expliqué.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think we said everything we needed to say when we took the floor earlier. We feel that it's a pity to close the door to other observers, such as experts in the fields of expertise of ICH. We really don't see why we would deprive them of the opportunity to give their input. Thank you.
Slovakia, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chairperson. Slovakia supports the proposal of our Czech and Swiss colleagues and all the others who have spoken in favor of that adoption, because it guarantees the more inclusiveness in our future discussions.
Now, as to option 2, are there delegations that oppose it? Shall we call them? Just to clarify things, I'll ask the question again. Are you opposing option 2?
No, option 1.
Sorry, option 1. Poland, Portugal, are you opposing option 1? Yes. Clear and also. Okay, so there's no consensus. Both options 1 and 2 have oppositors. So what we'd like to ask now is there any delegation that has a proposal so that we may reach consensus? Netherlands, you have the floor.
if I understand it correctly, going back to 2.2 keeps the current situation. And I thought there was a compromise with the current situation, so no changes. Is that also an option? Thank you.
Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
So, pour reprendre les Pays-Bas.
Well, to respond to the Netherlands, there's a third option. The chair has asked whether we can reach a consensus, because there is no consensus on option 1 or on option 2. The Netherlands have proposed a third option, which is to come back to the original text of 2.2 transformed into 3.1, with the simple modification of the reference to 7.3 instead of 16.3 in order to take the different numbering into consideration. Is there a consensus on that third option?
Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we think the proposal by the Netherlands is a very good compromise, and we will feel very comfortable going along with it. So we propose that we endorse the compromise proposal.
Give us a bit of time to both put the Netherlands proposal on screen. Next question. Is there opposition to the proposal seconded by Ethiopia? Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for taking the floor again. It's just a question to the legal advisor. The previous, if we go to it, it says to participate, and I understand this is why it was revised, to make it give it more clarity. To participate in which capacity? And hence 3.1 was introduced, adding as observers. So if it is acceptable by the legal advisor to say participate without giving them any chapeau or any title, then I will not go against the consensus. Thank you.
Legal advisor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I really thank the distinguished ambassador from Saudi Arabia for this question. I agree with you. It is better if that terminology is there, but it is not necessary insofar as the title of the rule has been modified to read Rule 3 observers, so it goes without saying that everyone who is mentioned in that rule are observers. So it is not necessary, and I believe that if there is consensus in the room, there wouldn't be any legal objection to not including this. Thank you very much.
Poland, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to add whether we could cordially ask Secretariat to show us the 3.1 so we all know what we are talking about, because I completely understand that the title has been given to the observers in the 3.1, but since we do not see it, and I think that it's better for us to follow the logic of it, then we can see, that the observers are actually titled in the 3.1, and then we can follow the next paragraphs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
As I have explained, we are not in the normal procedure, so we cannot do this. I repeat it. So now what we are putting on the screen is the option that was presented by Netherlands, supported by Ethiopia. That's the option 3, and that's what you see. I understood the question from the dear delegate of Saudi Arabia. The legal advisor answered. But now it is reflected as it was proposed by a member of the Assembly. So can you ask once again if somebody proposing to the option 3? Option 3. That's the one. Is there any objection to this option? No, no, supported.
So near and yet so far. Okay. Next question. The proposal of Netherlands supported by Ethiopia. Does anyone have any objection to the proposal? Okay, we understand that Venezuela, Poland, and Saudi Arabia are opposed? No. Okay. Point of order. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say that we are joining the consensus because I just only wanted the clarification from the legal advisor. So we're joining the consensus in the room of option 3. It seems understandable now with the explanation, but I would also like to request that the explanation of the legal advisor to be kindly included in the oral report. I see there is a consensus, almost everyone is accepting. Maybe we should go forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the flexibility, Saudi Arabia. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question to the legal advisor. What's the difference right now between the option 2 and previous article 2.2?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that there's no difference. It is the same provision. There's only one technical change, which is that the reference to 7.3 is changed to 16.3, but that is because the numbering of the rules have changed. Otherwise, we're returning to the same text that appears in 2.2 with the clarification that was requested by the distinguished ambassador from Saudi Arabia, and to which I gave an answer.
Venezuela, you wanted to take the floor?
No, señor presidente, muchas gracias. Nosotros también estaremos acompañados.
Madam Chairperson, thank you very much. We too are prepared to join the consensus, but as was said by Saudi Arabia, we would like to have what was said by the legal advisor included in the oral report. And we would also have liked to have the paragraph say, as observers. But of course, if we use the text of 2.2, that could be acceptable as well.
Thank you. Madagascar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just to say that Madagascar also supports the option number 3, introduced by the Netherlands and supported by Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and another country.
To clarify, Poland and Palestine, are you objecting to the proposal of the Netherlands as seconded by Ethiopia?
No objection.
Lebanon, are you opposing, just to clarify?
Non, Madame la Présidente, je me joins à...
No, we join the consensus and we support the text as it appears on the screen.
So it's approved, but they just... Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. And I would like to thank the legal advisor for this clarification. And I want us all to have a consistent decision in here. That's why I would like to ask, and we are really very much in favor of the consensus on this issue because we believe it's very important, especially when some NGOs are accredited in our countries and are not international, that does not have the international recognition and are very important to this convention. That is why I wanted to ask, what's the difference between the option 3 and option 1 from the very beginning? Because the screen shows us only one part of the sentence right now. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To clarify, the option 1 that you mentioned, 3.1, had at the end of the text, it was mentioned, yes, may participate in the work of the Assembly as observers without the right to vote. The option 3 doesn't have it. In the original text 2.2, there was no mention of the observers at the end of the text, so they are different. Option 1 had at the end, as I mentioned, of permanent observer mission to UNESCO may participate in the work of the Assembly as observers. That's the difference.
Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, est-ce que nous pouvons suggérer...
Thank you, Chair. Could we suggest that if there are any further suggestions, proposals, or clarifications, perhaps they could simply be mentioned in the oral report, rather than continuing this session ad infinitum, so that we can bring this to a close.
Okay, Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification, ADG, but I believe you just read the Article 3.1, not the 3.2, and I specifically asked about the option under Article 3.2, because we are talking about the Article 3.2 right now, and the 3 options that we have on the table, that from the 3 options we need to choose one. So because we don't see the text which is above the screen right now, it's difficult to take a decision. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Agency.
I understand what you are asking, and as I mentioned, in this type of document, we cannot do what you are asking. We are very sorry, but it's impossible. So, to explain to you, the explanation that I did was 3.2. That, Fumiko, can you put it a little bit so that she can see that it doesn't exist? It doesn't exist, because we have to change it. That's what I tried to explain. We cannot see the text, because we have to take the text and to put it. But to be very clear, there was option 1 that was different, there was option 2 that was different, and there was an option 3. The option 3 reached consensus. So it was decided, as I understood, that it is the one that was approved, and as I heard our delegate of Lebanon, we will put all your remarks on the report. That's what I understood. But if there is other member states who want to take the floor, it depends on you.
Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. ADG explained it. I do fully support the proposal by Ethiopia and Netherlands and supported by others. You already adopted it, so let's go forward. I understand the concern of Ambassador of Poland, but again, the practice is that the DG may or can invite other observers. This is the practice. So there is no impediment. This is first point. Second point, there were 2 requests that I support also to include all these concerns in the oral report. Third, this is a continuous exercise in the future. If any state party feels that there is necessity to amend whatever article, it could be done in the future. But for the moment, we reached an understanding that fits all concerns. So let's go forward. There are still some articles that need to be addressed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Palestine. No objection to what Palestine has said?
Six. Can you put it on the screen, please? Okay, but put it as it is.
Okay. Yeah, it takes a bit of time.
Yes. It was what, 6 point what?
Okay, yeah. Now we go on to 6.1, and I read. Mr. ADG.
Only seulement pour éclairer un peu la salle.
Just to shed some light on things for all those present. The second point that was dealt with had to do with 6, namely online meetings. Under 6.1, no problems. 6.2, well, there was a problem with 6.2, but let me finish with this. So the real issue here was where we would put something to ensure that if we're online, that there could not be any voting that would not be in presentia. That was the idea. Well, Palestine is asking for the floor, but France had asked to speak. Yes, well, Palestine, you have the floor. That's true, but I also spoke to this. Yes, what we don't agree with is that when we have meetings online, is that we set aside voting for elections. So the idea is to provide for voting during online sessions as was the case with the Executive Board. So we need something to flesh out 6.1 in order that there be something concerning elections. We need something in there.
To answer that question, Mr. Legal Advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding from this morning's debate, and I talk under the control of those who took the floor, was that there was a concern with respect to elections that take place by secret ballot, in particular, in the course of a session that is held online. A number of delegations, if I'm not mistaken, expressed the opinion that if a session were to be taking place online, it should be made clear that elections that are the only case of secret ballot that is allowed under the rules of procedure of this convention, there's no other possibility of secret ballot in this convention, in this assembly, that this be clarified in the text. So if you so wish, and if this is what indeed was expressed by delegations, one could add a sentence. It wouldn't be a problem, and we can provide text if you so wish. That would actually say that basically elections by secret ballot would be held in presenza in an online meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Advisor. Franz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is precisely what the legal advisor explained to us, and I thank him for that. In the event of an online session, the secret ballot has to take place in presentia, but a roll call vote could take place online. And for the General Conference, for the Executive Board, certain modalities were adopted for that purpose, and they could be repeated here.
Floor.
Turkey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before touching upon the 6.1, actually, as I mentioned in my previous statement in the morning session, I would like to raise a couple of points with regard to some other rules of procedure articles. And I can come back to them later, at a later stage, no problem, because they are just for the improvement of the text. They are not controversial. For the 6.1, we agree with the delegation of France and some other delegations that there should be some kind of a sentence clarifying the situation. And actually, there is something in front of me maybe I can offer. In the 6.1, after the impracticable, maybe we can say, for secret ballots, which shall be conducted in person, Secretariat should make necessary preparations and notify the state parties in advance with regard to the voting procedures and arrangements. Thank you.
I ask the General Assembly, is there a consensus on this formulation? Venezuela, then Palestine.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much. We agree that secret ballot voting should be in person, but we're not sure if we should make a specific vote in this way. So we say any voting to take place shall be conducted in person would be our preference. So if it's a secret ballot, then it should be in person. But in reality, that's actually what happens in UNESCO anyway. It's what happened in the executive board and in other fora. And so that's when people come directly into the room to cast their secret ballot vote. So we would prefer the more general language because that way, that way we can avoid the situation of having some state party not being able to vote on the same footing as the others. So for any election, voting, and then it would continue as it is. Any election and or voting shall be conducted in person, etc. And we just wanted to just make sure that in this way all voting is treated in the same fashion. Thank you.
You have the floor.
No, solamente para explicar.
No, here we're... Are you asking for that to be put onto the screen? We were just wondering if there was consensus on the previous wording that was proffered. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you very much, says Venezuela. Thank you, says the ADG. So, do you want us to write down? Can you repeat it, please?
Election.
Write it. Yeah. No, but here. But you will confuse people.
Or voting shall be conducted in person y continúa con el resto. The Secretariat should make the necessary preparations and notify the state parties in advance, etcétera, etcétera. Es nada más hacer esa incorporación. Muchas gracias.
Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problems with the first part amended by Venezuela. I have no problem with it, but the last part of the sentence, when it says, whether we say any election or voting shall be conducted in person, the Secretariat should make necessary preparations and notify the state parties in advance. And here, instead of saying with regard to the voting procedure, we know the voting procedure. No, we need to be notified in advance of the place and time of the ballot. Yes, and then we can keep the rest, but it is important to mention the place and time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Legal Advisor.
Madam Chair, I believe there's a general consensus in the room, but there's two different positions, which are variants of the same position, but they are indeed different. One position, which is the one that was expressed most notably by the delegate of France, but I believe had support this morning from other delegations, is that the rules of procedure should contain a provision that says that elections by secret ballot should be held in presencia, in an online session. As regards other kinds of voting, the door was left open for those to take place online. There's another position which was expressed now by the distinguished delegate of Venezuela, and which I also heard this morning, which is that all kinds of voting, that would include votings by roll call, votes by roll call, or by raise of hands, should also be held in presencia, which would mean that we are in a situation in which we cannot actually meet in presencia all the time, but for the purposes of this, we should find some arrangements for any kind of vote to take place in presencia. You would need to take a position on that. Once you have taken a position on that, we can draft it, and once again, I can help out to include the references that are needed. But prior to getting there, there would need to be consensus in the room about what it is precisely that you wish to do in this point. Thank you.
Estonia, then Venezuela, then Grenada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Estonia has been listening carefully to the debate, and I think during the morning the concern that was expressed most clearly concerned the secret ballot, because I think it's important for us to be flexible, and we have all been in Zoom meetings during the past 2 years, and we have often used also the show hand button. And so I think that it's quite possible and quite logical to keep also the possibility of voting as such online when it concerns show of hands or even by roll call. But I agree that, voting by secret ballot is much more difficult. So for this purpose, our delegation agrees that there should be a sentence that deals with the issue of secret ballot that should be held in presentia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, señora presidenta.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I share the concerns expressed by Venezuela on the understanding that everybody understands the difficulties that some countries have connecting online, and I'm actually worried more about hybrid meetings, which generate really complicated situations in which some people are in person and others are online, and then for some delegations it can actually be impossible to get connected if they don't have a representative in Paris, and that means that they can't take part in voting. And this is a situation that we've actually had to deal with in other sessions. And we think it would be really complicated to limit it only to secret ballot voting when you look at the difficulties that some countries have had. For example, some of the small SIDS countries have had dreadful problems connecting in some of these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I do understand the concerns of Venezuela and Cuba. And of course, for secret ballot in presencia is important. But as was said by, I think, Estonia before me, you know, sometimes roll call votes concerning one item in particular or by show of hands that can have something equivalent online should be possible. So maybe we can put something that consider both possibilities for other election. Election is on general, it's a secret ballot election. But vote, in French, I would propose to replace the scrutin par vote, because sometimes we can vote on an article, on a word, on a sentence, an amendment. So I think it's not really a scrutin, it's a vote. So maybe we can find a middle way for the other votes, other than elections. Thank you.
Before going to the other speakers, inviting the other speakers, we would like to know, our question is there consensus that,
if you want, I can ask.
what is the,
I can do it if you want. The secret ballot. Is there consensus on to put something for the secret ballot, if you understand what?
To prohibit the secret ballot.
If you want, I can ask so you can be...
I think we cannot have consensus. We can use the secret ballot as we like. Okay, Mr. ADG.
Only to explain, if I'm not wrong, there is a consensus in the room on to put something on the secret ballot. We are okay? Nobody's opposing? No? Okay. Then, in the room, there are some delegates that are asking to put something also for other type of election. We agree? No, Venezuela does not agree.
Disculpe.
Forgive me, ADG. I don't want to interrupt you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Well, it's not that Venezuela disagrees. It's, well, obviously, the main thing is look at what happened last year. In the General Conference, they were looking at different mechanisms for online voting, and and there was a decision that that would be much better if they were in person. And so I do think it's poignant that we are creating a precedent here, saying that some kinds of vote can be done online, when last General Conference, it was clear that there was a preference for voting to be in person, and I'm one of the countries affected by connectivity problems. So the problem is how to make sure that everybody's vote is actually duly registered when you have online voting. There are ways of doing this. It happens in the UN. It happens here, for example, in World Heritage. And the same thing happened in the 1970 convention. People could come to the room and vote in person. So let's, why don't we just make it an election and roll call, etc. Why don't we just say any voting shall take place in person, and then the rest would be the same? And I think that might be the simplest, because I think we should stick to what has already been discussed. This has already been discussed in the Executive Board, in the General Conference, and elsewhere, so why reinvent the wheel? Thank you.
Cyprus, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to support what has been said by Venezuela, I fully agree. At the last 1970 convention meeting, we had a problem with the voting online and in person. And so we understood that in hybrid meetings, it was really clear to say how things were to be done. I think we've got to be as explicit as possible and say when you have an in-person meeting and virtual meetings, the meeting, all voting has to be in person, because we don't want to see a repeat of the 1970 problems. And so we really need wording to clarify the situation. Thank you.
And we also ask for the legal advisor to take the floor to share a proposal, an experience.
A feeling. I will, just to clarify, to be sure that everyone is on the same page, as a matter of information purely. First of all, I do agree and recall, as well as the distinguished delegate from Cyprus, the problems that were raised in the context of the 1970 convention. I should point out, though, that those problems arose because it was a session that was not clearly online. It was sort of hybrid. And indeed, that is the reason why I expressed concerns about the holding of hybrid sessions online, because it posed enormous problems in the framework of an online of the 1970 convention. That's not necessarily the case for a pure online session, which is what the Article 6, Rule 6 is about. I also agree that with the distinguished delegate from Venezuela, that one needs to take stock of what was already discussed quite extensively in the Executive Board of UNESCO and in the General Conference of UNESCO with regard to this. And what I should point out here is that the working groups that worked on this had agreed that voting by roll call was possible in an online session. So it was possible in an online session What they expressed a concern for was voting by secret ballots, and I'm here quoting from the recommendations of the open-ended working group on the working methods of the 41st session of the General Conference, and I'm quoting here, considering the technological means currently available to the Secretariat, secret ballots will be held in presentia. All possible efforts will be made to ensure the participation of all members in secret ballots. So the only case in which this was required, according to the working group, was for secret ballots. For other kinds of voting, particularly roll call, the working group came to the conclusion that these were possible with necessary arrangements in the framework of an online session. I hope this helps, and once again, once there is consensus in the room, I'm available to provide a formulation that could help delegations.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Advisor. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very quick. Now it is clear for everybody that we understand that for the election, which is a secret ballot, it shall be in person. Okay. So my suggestion is to keep the first sentence as it stands for secret ballot, etc., until the end, and adding another sentence regarding other methods of votes. For example, show of hands or roll call. Put a new sentence talking about other methods of votes and saying something like preferably in person or something like this. Maybe the legal advisor can help with a new sentence that keeps the other methods of votes in presentia as preferably or something like this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Adding to what our colleagues of Granada and Estonia have mentioned, we have to accept that we're living a post-pandemic reality in which there could be another situation where we face having to vote by roll call, for example, online, and not have the possibility to be in person. Taking this reality into consideration is in which we believe, and having heard the legal advisor say what we have already mentioned in other conventions, that we have to leave this space open for other types of vote. It is important also to take into consideration the realities that countries like Cyprus and Venezuela have mentioned, and Cuba, about connectivity. But one may take more time to wait for the votes. There are solutions that can be agreed upon, but it is important to leave this space open within the reality that we face today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment. Anyone else wanting to take the floor? Argentina first, I think.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, I had a query, but that's actually already been covered by the legal advisor. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to support Venezuela and Venezuela's concerns. It's important to make sure that all voting at least is fair if it can't be in person. We would prefer it to be all voting, but we can certainly go along with if there's some kind of preference for in person. That's still very good. Thank you.
The legal advisor has offered to propose a draft proposed text. You need more time. No. Okay. Mr. Legal Advisor, you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Taking the risk of horrifying delegations, I would like to make a proposal which is revolutionary, but in a very technical and legal way. First of all, as a general philosophy, it's always best to have one paragraph, one rule, not put too many rules in the same paragraph, because otherwise it's difficult to read and one starts wondering what we are talking about. So with your permission, I would like to ask if we can delete everything in the paragraph that goes up to impracticable. So after impracticable, if we can cut, we're going to paste that immediately, but if we can cut that and we create a 6.4, so that there's the rule 1 is basically that the Assembly may hold a meeting online. It's important to mention that, it is clear and so on. Rules, paragraphs 2 and 3 are about how you reach that decision to meet online. Now, paragraph 4 will be what we need to say about what happens when the meeting is online. And there I would propose the following, which I believe responds to what the room says, and I'm quoting with your permission. So I start in dictation speed. Elections by secret ballot held pursuant to the present rules, with capital in rules, in the course of an online session. So elections by secret ballot held pursuant to the present rules in the course of an online session shall be conducted in presentia. So that's the first element that has been, I believe, that is widely accepted by everyone in the room. Second sentence, this is to address what Turkey had mentioned and Palestine. Second sentence, the Secretariat shall make the necessary arrangements, therefore, without the E on therefore, for that, comma, including the place and time of the election, comma, which shall be notified to states parties in advance of the ballot. So as you can see, this second sentence is basically what was proposed by Turkey with the addition that was proposed by Palestine. And then a third sentence, other voting pursuant to the held pursuant to the present rules shall preferably be conducted in presentia. And this is the latest proposal by Palestine with regard, and that seemed to be in the room. So 3 sentences. The first one states that elections by secret ballot, which are the only case of secret ballot in this convention, are to be held in presentia. This is in conformity with the practice that has been followed by the General Conference and the Executive Board. The second sentence says that the Secretariat shall make the necessary arrangements and provide the information to the delegations in advance. And then the third sentence, the idea that preferably, but it's not an obligation, preferably, the other voting would be conducted in presentia. This is purely technical. I believe that it just tries to reflect the political consensus in the room, and it's not to be intended as me taking any political position on that. If I have misread the room, please let me know, and I'll try another drafting. Thank you very much.
Grenada first. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I would like to thank the legal advisor for his proposal, except that it's true that generally it's elections that are conducted by secret ballots, but the rules do not prevent other kind of voting by secret ballot.
because it is said generally it is by show of hand, something like this. I missed the paragraph. So maybe we can say election and other voting by secret ballot will be held pursuant and etc. It's good. But I think that we cannot omit to consider the possibility to have other kind of voting other than elections by secret ballot. Thank you.
Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I wanted to thank the distinguished delegate of Palestine for the proposal, and thank you also to the legal advisor who made a special mention of this and put Palestine's proposal into words. We can actually go along with this proposal. We would just ask if it could please be recorded in the records that extraordinarily and with the agreement of states parties and the assembly or the committee or whatever instance it is, can they please take into consideration all due respect for the fact that everybody needs to have their vote duly registered on an equal footing, and so they need to actually bear in mind any difficulties related to connectivity, etc. So we just want that little caveat to make sure that it goes into the oral report. Thank you. But I do repeat, we can support this paragraph as has been proposed for the wording at least by the legal advisor. And I wanted to thank the legal advisor for all of his patience today and for all of his most useful and constructive input. Thank you.
Thank you, Venezuela. Duly noted, and it shall be contained in the report. Mr. Legal Advisor, regarding Grenada's question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not sure I agree with the distinguished delegate on Grenada on her reading of Rule 12. And let me state what my position is. Contrary to the rules of procedure of other bodies, such as, for example, the Executive Board, the rules of procedure of this Assembly do not provide for secret ballot except in the case of election. And my argument would be that that means, therefore, that secret ballot is not possible in the General Assembly except in the case of elections. As to why paragraph 12.5 refers to the fact that voting shall normally be by show of hands, it needs to be read in the light of paragraph 6, which says that when the result of a vote by show of hands is in doubt, the chairperson may take a second vote by roll call, and that a vote by roll call shall be taken if requested, when it is requested. So the way I read the rules is that voting is normally by show of hands. In certain cases, that's when it's not normal, that would be a roll call, but I would say that it is not possible to vote by secret ballot on anything else but what is provided for in Rule 15, which explicitly says in paragraph 1 that the election of members of the committee shall be conducted by secret ballot. That is my personal reading of the rules, but if I were to be misled about what has been the practice of this Assembly, please do let me know. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Advisor. Is there consensus on the proposal? It seems we have one. So, do I need to?
Yes, you can do it. Do it, only so that everybody knows.
I like gaveling. Here. Grenada, then Turkey. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I would like to thank the legal advisor for his interpretation of the text. Nevertheless, I'm just leaving on record that sometimes when we have sensitive elections, voting on some in other fora than this ICH assembly, we can request for a secret ballot. It is possible. I don't know if there is this possibility here for the assembly. Apparently, according to your interpretation, there is no other possibility, but for other fora, it is possible. Thank you.
Well noted, and thank you. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two relatively easier points to raise about 5.2 and 7.4. Yeah. At the 5.2, there is an article about the extraordinary session. It says, unless the date has been decided by the Assembly, the Director General shall determine the date of the extraordinary session, and so on. But there is no time limit or deadline for the extraordinary session to be scheduled. I think in some other conventions of UNESCO, we have such a deadline. So maybe it would be better to insert something with regard to this problem, and I can offer, if you allow me, after the observers, yeah. In any case, extraordinary session must be scheduled within the next 60 days or 45 days. I am in the hands of the Secretariat in terms of defining the day after the decision of the Assembly or after the decision taken by the Assembly.
Mr. Legal Advisor, you have the floor.
I am sorry to be the first one to take the floor, but I just have a point I don't necessarily understand here. You say 45 days after the decision taken by the Assembly. What decision taken by the Assembly? I'm not sure.
It is in the beginning of this article, unless the date has been decided by the Assembly, because it refers to the decision of the Assembly to hold an extraordinary session in the 5.1.
But that's exactly the point. If the date has been decided by the Assembly, then it will be scheduled for the date the Assembly has determined. If it's not decided by the Assembly, so there's no decision, the Director General determines the date, but I don't see how the deadline would apply.
I'm trying to clarify, because if we leave it, if the Assembly could not decide on the date, the Director General shall determine the date of the extraordinary session. So, in any case, the extraordinary session should be within 45 days after the decision taken for convening the extraordinary session. But there is no date.
But you started your sentence by saying if the General Assembly cannot decide. So when is the date from which we count? If I understood correctly, and I apologize for this, if the Assembly does not decide, the Director General has 45 days from when, because there's no decision of the Assembly. I'm not sure I understand.
Can you scroll up the page to 5.1, please? So, maybe I cannot, I don't know, maybe I am reading the article wrong, but the Director General shall determine the date of the extraordinary session. But until when the extraordinary session should be convened? I mean, the Assembly can take a decision for an extraordinary session, but not about the date. So the date will be determined by the Director General then, right? If I am right. So the Director General should define the date within the 45 days or 60 days after the decision on the extraordinary session taken by the Assembly.
With your permission, can I ask a question? It seems that we need a little bit of transition between the first para and the second para about the extraordinary session, because the first one refers to the ordinary session, second one, extraordinary session. I think we need a bit of transition to help clarify things. Mr. Legal Advisor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe I have understood where the difficulty lies. I hope that the following explanation will clarify. I would invite the distinguished delegates to read from Rule 4. So we are in a chapter about the organization of the Assembly, and the first rule, Rule 4, basically tells us that the Assembly may meet in two ways, in ordinary session, as it is meeting today, or in extraordinary session. Rule 4.1 says that the Assembly meets every 2 years in ordinary session, and that's a principle. The second, 4.2, says when is it that the Assembly can be convened in an extraordinary session, and it may be convened in an extraordinary session in three different ways. The first one is if the Assembly itself decides to convene in an extraordinary session. The second one is if this is requested by the Intergovernmental Committee. And the third one is if a third of the states parties so request. And that's the first paragraph. How do we convene? How do we make the decision to convene? And then comes Rule 5. Rule 5 says, well, we have made the decision to convene, which may be made by the Assembly, but might have been requested by the committee or the states parties. And then the Director General shall, in the first case, 5.1, the Director General shall determine the date of the ordinary session and communicate that date to everyone. And then 5.2 says, well, unless a date has been set by the Assembly, which is the only organ that can really impose that, it is the Director General, because nobody else is there to do so, that may determine the date of the extraordinary session, and the Director shall communicate this date to all. So my personal view is that this is clear enough and that the request will be done. The view of the distinguished delegate of Palestine is that it is not clear enough, so I will look forward to hearing his views and maybe try to build up on this and understand how this can be drafted. What I'm sure, though, is that I wouldn't refer to a deadline of 45 days from the date on which a decision by the Assembly has been taken, but because there might be no decision from the Assembly, and we would be in trouble there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Palestine, then Venezuela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the explanation of the legal advisor. It's very clear, Mr. Legal Advisor. But I understand also the concern of our colleague from Turkey. As a matter of fact, as we mentioned, it could be the General Assembly itself or the committee or 1/3 of state parties who request the extraordinary session. The idea is that if it is not the General Assembly decides on the date, then it is the Director General. Well, there will be, let's take a concrete and practical case. Let's suppose that 1/3 of state parties request an extraordinary session. So there is no assembly. The date shall be determined in that case by the Director General. And then the Director General may decide to hold this extraordinary session in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 7 months. This is the issue. So there should be a duration after the request in which the extraordinary should be held. And I think this is the purpose of the amendment of Turkey. We can include it in 5.2, unless the date has been decided by the Assembly. The Director General shall determine the date of the extraordinary session that should not or shall not exceed, for example, 30, 40 days, 45 days. But this is the idea, is to put a deadline for the holding of the session. Otherwise, it is open, and the DG may say, okay, we don't have time now, we have other priorities, let's keep it for 3 months or 6 months or next year even. So that's why I think it is necessary to have a period in which the extraordinary session shall be held. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe the legal advisor can help drafting something. Thank you.
Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say exactly what my distinguished colleague from Palestine has said so clearly. We do understand Turkey's concerns, so we're just wondering perhaps if the legal advisor could actually come up with some clearer wording. But yes, the idea is to stipulate a minimum time frame or a maximum time frame in which that extraordinary session, if required, could be done, so that it doesn't get put off and postponed ad infinitum, and so that it does clearly get noted in some time and place on UNESCO's agenda. Thank you. Thank you, legal advisor.
Thank you very much. I have now understood what was requested, and if I may make a comment from the legal point of view for your consideration, it's just a comment for you to take into account in making your decision, and then a proposed drafting which might work. The comment is I don't know any other case in which such a provision exists. These 45 days, this is not foreseen in the best of my recollection in the rules of procedure of the General Conference or others. And let's put it this way, the Director General, any Director General will not have any reason to postpone the convening of a date except a logistical one. And there might be situations in which it is not logistically possible to hold a session within 45 days. Holding a session, an extraordinary session of the General Assembly might be complicated. There might be no rooms available. It might come at let's say on July the 15th, and therefore within 45 days means by August 31st, which means that everyone needs to come here in August to, God forbid, for this. So there might be reasons that would justify, I mean, normally there would be no reason whatsoever to delay more than is needed, but there might be logistical reasons to do that. But that's just for your consideration. This is a political decision. It is for you to decide. I don't have anything to say on that side as a legal advisor, except that once again, if the situation arises, if this provision is included and the situation arises in which for whatever reason this cannot be convened within 45 days, we would be in breach of the rule in that case. Having said that, the way to say, and with the permission and patience from the distinguished delegate of Turkey, I would like to attempt something, and in terms of drafting, and I believe that it could simply be, and I'm reading 5.2, unless the date has been decided by the Assembly, the Director General shall determine the date of the extraordinary session, comma, which shall then be set within 45 days following the date of the request referred to in Rule 4.2. So which shall be set within 45 days, which shall be, I'm sorry, I improvised, but well, within 45 days I forget even what I say, which shall then be set within 45 days following the date of the request referred to in Rule 4.2. I believe that matches what the distinguished delegate of Turkey wanted to say. I still maintain my comment on the substance. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
We ask Turkey whether you agree with the formulation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Totally, and as I said, I'm in 45 days. Maybe it's not enough to organize a assembly. So as I said in my intervention, I am in the hands of the Secretariat and the Assembly to define a certain time limit. Maybe it can be 90 days. It's okay, no problem. 45 days is just an offer. But the main concern was to set a certain deadline to convene the extraordinary session. That was it. And I would like to thank the legal advisor for drafting in a more delicate and better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Palestine, you have the floor.
Same thing, I thank the legal advisor, but following his remark that maybe sometimes if the request comes the 30th of June, 45 days, it would be in August. I understand fully. He's right. And the drafting he gave is fantastic, but we can add just one word in order, if such case arises at the end of June or in middle of July, just to keep it possible. In that case, we can say, which shall then be set within 45 days following the date of the request, if possible. No, if possible, it should be after 4.2. This leaves some flexibility in the cases where it comes, yeah. Thank you.
We are seeming to have a consensus, but first, Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I try to be quick and finding a practical solution. And I totally agree with the legal advisor. Sometimes things comes up that logistically you cannot commit. And to be more practical, what I suggest is to add after the word 45 days, unless logistically not possible. So this way you give a room, unless logistically not possible. Whatever that logistics that the Secretariat sees it's not possible, so they have more flexible. So this is what's quite suggested. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to the legal counsel, we are more and more convinced that we don't need a specific date to be put in there. I think we need to exercise some common sense and to have confidence in the Director General. Therefore, putting a date for me doesn't make any sense. There could be many situations that could arise that would make this 45 days impractical. We may add to say in the amendment we shall then be set as soon as possible, if you want. But putting a specific timeline, a date, doesn't seem to me to be realistic. So we oppose the putting of a date, and fully convinced with the explanations, very convincing arguments put forward by the legal counsel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the legal advisor for his explanation. Initially, I was more in of the idea of, in line with my dear cousin from Ethiopia. But looking at the amendment now with Kuwait's amendment and having, unless logistically not possible, so I think it is more realistic now, and we can accept it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with the proposal of the distinguished delegate of Ethiopia, and we can also live with the suggestion of Kuwait. But in any case, we would prefer not to mention, if possible, the suggestion of Palestine, because then I'm afraid we have to explain why it is possible or why it's not possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Greece. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to withdraw my amendment, if possible. Can you delete it, please? And the amendment of Kuwait, for me, is appropriate. I support it, but otherwise, if there is no consensus on it as it is, I can also accept the proposal by Ambassador of Ethiopia. My preference, of course, is for the Kuwaiti amendment, but if there is consensus on the other proposal, which is as soon as possible, we can live with it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there opposition on the phrase "as soon as possible"? Okay. Is there opposition to the phrase "as soon as possible"? Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, we prefer to have it with the amendment proposed by Kuwait and with certain time limits. Thank you.
Are you opposed to the phrase "as soon as possible"? Turkey.
I think they are mutually exclusive, right? If we put as soon as possible, we have to delete within 45 days. So we prefer to have it within 45 days unless logistically not possible.
It seems to be that we are nearing consensus. Are you opposed to as soon as possible, Turkey?
Okay, I will make myself clear again. We prefer within 45 days unless logistically not possible, and we prefer to have the version with certain time limit, in this case within 45 days, with the amendment by distinguished Ambassador of Kuwait unless logistically not possible. So we are not okay with the as soon as possible amendment. Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, to be really clear, are you opposing the phrase "as soon as possible"? Are you against it?
Yes. Yes. And for the sake of giving more time, let's say within 60 days instead of 45 days. I think even if we take a decision in July, early July, we can have it at the end of September. Or 90 days, it's okay. I don't mind having the meeting in 6 months as well. But there should be some certain timeline. It shouldn't be just in the discretion of the Director General. There should be some legal deadlines. Thank you.
Another question, is there opposition in the room to 5.2 as shown on the screen? Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, 45 days, 60 days, or whatever is arbitrary. It depends on the matter, which is going to be put in the extraordinary session or whatever. So the best thing will be to put the phrase as soon as possible, but in a better way, in the latest time possible. So the Director General has that right, or to determine a date. So fixing a particular period in terms of days, I think that's not necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frankly, it is a bit confusing now. As soon as possible, it gives, indeed, it gives a little bit more flexibility, that's true, but it leaves it open. Now, if we start putting 45 and then 60 days and then so on, and also we have another condition, unless logistically not possible. So, in that case, maybe we can try to include both mentioning, which is to be set as soon as possible and within 60 days, without, in that case, unless logistically not possible. So here, we ask her to hold it or to define the date as soon as possible and within 60 days. Or here, now, if we put as soon as possible, we can put 60, 90, as mentioned our colleague. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
Insisto, debe ser mi pasado profesor.
I'm sorry, I should insist. This might be because I used to be a teacher. I'm hoping it'll be clear after I resume.
The chairperson asked if there was opposition with the proposal as soon as possible without any days. There was an opposition from one member state in the room, so we don't have consensus. Then, if I understood well, but you correct me, dear Ambassador Delegate, there was a question on knowing if we can live with the sentence striked out as soon as possible and to put a date. And if I understood well, there is an opposition. You don't want to see any date. Now we have the third option that I don't understand very well, but you are the member states, where you put as soon as possible, but you put a date. It's not very logical, but okay. You are the member states. So, where we go? Because we have to take a decision. So, once again, we ask. Apparently, there was consensus to put as soon as possible, but we agree that there is some member state, one member state that doesn't want it. There is one member state that doesn't want, and followed by others, to put some date. Now we have this third proposition. So, what should be logical is that the chairperson asks you if somebody opposed to this third version. So, it's up to you.
May I add that if you put a date, then it begs the question, what will happen if this date is not, how do you say, complied with? Yes. Before Ethiopia, I call on Azerbaijan to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, this delegation wouldn't want to complicate things even further. What we would like to see, perhaps, and this comes right after the explanation given by ADG about the options, perhaps it would be to the benefit of the Assembly to see all the options on the screen so that it would make our task easier to decide which one to choose. But then just an idea came up to my mind. Maybe we can accommodate both the term as soon as possible with the the number of days. For instance, we can say as soon as possible, but not later than 60 days. This will, in any case, in our view, will give certain flexibility in terms of both setting the beginning of the provisional date and the end, so that the whole thing doesn't take longer than 60 days. So this is just one of the ideas. Perhaps this will find the understanding of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and dear colleagues, please let's take a big breath and try to move forward. Madam Chair, when we Kuwait always try to have intervention to have trans solution, and the reason our amendment, the rationale, is after Turkey said it wants a date, we listened to the legal advisor, and he said sometimes things comes up that's out hand, they are out of control of the Secretariat. So we gave the Secretariat by adding what is our unless logistically not possible. So this is gave them a room to not to hold it within the 45 days or 60 days, flexibility, and I thought this will accommodate the room or reflect what the discussion. So once again, I ask our dear colleagues, my dear friends in Ethiopia, is just let's approve that and move forward, because we have about half an hour left and we have so many amendments. Please, let's just move forward and focus on other important things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Hungary, then Grenada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to suggest maybe a compromise solution, because if you look at the 72 convention we have about how we can convoke a session, this is about the committee, but maybe we can use a formulation that was applicable when it says if it comes, the Director General shall notify the state parties about the convocation of the extraordinary session, and it says, if possible, not less than 30 days. So here we could also say, if possible, not less than 45 or 60 days. And maybe that could be a compromise between the two solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The other speaker was Grenada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm open to any solution, but I found the proposal to have both options as soon as possible and not later than 60 days as a good compromise. But I would accept whatever the room will decide. Thank you.
Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pakistan would like to agree with what the Ambassador of Kuwait just said, because I don't think any delegation had an opposition to unless logistically not possible after hearing the views of the legal advisor. Thank you. Kuwait. Option 2, please.
Thank you. Any more requests for the floor? Palestine, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reality, all three options are very close. The difference is minimal. We really don't have a problem, be it option 1, 2, or 3. Thank you.
Thank you for that flexibility, Palestine. And now, Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that we are talking still about the extraordinary session, and I would like to thank all the colleagues to taking the floor to try to summarize this paragraph. But honestly speaking, when it comes to the other conventional or statutory bodies of this House, we have a quite, let's say, shorter period of time for convocation of the special session. When it comes to the Executive Board, we have at least 15 days. When it comes to the World Heritage Committee, we had 30 days. So I understand that we need some specific times to prepare the meeting, but 60 days for the extraordinary session of the General Assembly, it's a bit too long for us. So we would like to go back and to try to repeat the practice and rules that has been already established at the World Heritage Convention, and do it at least within 30 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be short, option 2 is preferable. With regard to the suggestion of Poland, if there is a new number of days, that's okay. We'll go with the consensus. But we believe that option 2 is one that is encompassing all opinion. Thank you.
Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that Hungary was suggesting that we go back to the 1972 convention wording, which is approximately option 2, although slightly different in wording. And I do think that is a very sensible suggestion.
Merci. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really hope that we're going to wrap this up, because I think that we were journeying forward in the morning, and now we seem to be a little bit bogged down. So I'd like everyone to keep moving. I have a question. My colleague from Lebanon was saying that option 2 is the most close to the 1972 convention's wording. I'm just wondering if the legal advisor or the ADG, if they have the knowledge, what is actually normally the practice in other fora, be it another convention or whatever. This might actually help us move forward, and I would like to ask everybody, please, kindly, dear friend from Turkey, could I please ask you that your other amendments are not this controversial, please? So thank you. Thank you very much for helping us with this option. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I ask the legal advisor to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the distinguished delegate from Colombia for her question. To put it simply, a provision of this sort is not present in any other setting I can remember. It is not in the General Conference, it is not in the Executive Board. I don't remember any case in which there is a requirement that the session be scheduled, to use the expression used by the distinguished delegate of Turkey, within a certain period of time. What exists is what was mentioned by the distinguished delegate of Poland, which is that the notification be sent before 15 or 30 days before the session. And if that is what is the Assembly is willing to do, then I can suggest language that would indeed mirror, for example, the case of the 1972 Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the ADG.
I don't want to complicate things more than they are, but in 1972, it's the committee, not the assembly. It's the committee that is to call an extraordinary session. And it's a bit confusing because here we're talking about an assembly and not a committee. If I can give you an example, in no other convention in UNESCO do we ask for extraordinary session dates for assemblies.
Lebanon, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, je ne veux pas être iconoclaste.
Madam Chair, I don't want to be iconoclastic, but if this doesn't actually exist in any other convention, then just leave it as it is. Why are we even giving room to this?
Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should not be a subject of altercation, I think. Ethiopia's concern is that when we were mentioning here 45 days, 60 days, we are just mentioning it arbitrarily. And then thanks to the distinguished delegation from Poland, we have to take into consideration that extraordinary sessions are called on when there is an urgent issue. So that's why we suggested as soon as possible. So to come to a consensus, there is no problem. Ethiopia can withdraw its suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you for the flexibility, Ethiopia. Portugal, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll be very short. Why don't we go with the suggestion just made by Ethiopia and try to move on? It will leave leeway to the Director General. It will respect the need for an urgency to the convening of an extraordinary session, and we can still have it. Thank you.
Is there opposition in the General Assembly to what Portugal has proposed? But before that, Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can go with the option 2, which is giving enough flexibility to Director General. And if there is not enough time for logistically preparing the meeting, but that should, I know you mentioned that it's not in other conventions also, but we don't have online sessions in other conventions as well. We just adopted the online sessions here just half an hour ago. So I think there should be a certain time limit and certain procedures to be followed. So we can go with the option 2, option 1, option 3. We are all flexible about it. Thank you. But if there's in the room there's a general consensus about option 2, we will go with that. Thank you.
Anyone who has a proposal to break the impasse? Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
Vous la faites très compliquée.
You are making things complicated. Thank you, Tim.
OK. Donc,
So, we're going to do this. You think that the three are very similar, but not quite identical. What to do? I just want to ask one final question to Ethiopia, if I may. If I've understood, you are actually offering an option 4 and coming back on something which, but if not, then I want to know, did you have a preference among the three on the screen? Before we go any further, can you answer that?
We're not going for a fourth option. What I said was that we can just pull back what we suggested as an amendment as soon as possible, remove that, and then the Assembly can reach a consensus without this phrase. That's Ethiopia's stand. Thank you very much.
OK. Donc, si vous me permettez.
So with your leave, following on from that logic, do we not then agree that if Ethiopia is in agreement with the deletion of as soon as possible and no one opposes it, then option 1 would actually disappear, option 3 would disappear, which leaves us with option 2. Is that clear? So, on behalf of the chair, I'm asking, is there anyone who opposes option 2?
Please.
Nobody opposes option 2, so I hereby declare it adopted.
Turkey had the last amendment.
Yeah.
We don't know. Turkey amendment, the second one.
Turkey, would you like to take the floor?
We have a small amendment on 7.4, but it's not controversial, as promised. It's 7.4. Can you come down, scroll down? For sake of harmonization with the other conventions, maybe after we say as soon as possible. Comma, at least 15 days in advance in case of extraordinary sessions. So this is about the provisional agenda.
Mr. ADG, you have the floor.
Yes, only to be clear. The original text in which the Secretariat based, because remember that we did the harmonization during 1 year, that's the work that we did, is to see all the text. And in this sense, what the legal advisor is telling me, that he's looking the rationale on why it was proposed, because it was 1 year of work to get. I understood everything that you say, that we are in the moment where member states can change. So there is no discussion on this. But what we want to find is the rationale in which convention we have this. Because remember that this work that we are doing, we have to do it in all conventions. In all conventions, we don't have always the same state parties. So if we do a harmonization, and you are in right to do it as you wish, because you are the Assembly and you are the state party, The idea was to harmonize, not deharmonize with the other convention. But that's only to understand what is the rationale on the work that was done. Yes? And then, I'm making time because legal advisor is looking for documents. And then, what is important is that you have to know that in the practice, and you know very well, in all convention, in the past we have done issues that are not written, but we continue to do it because it's a practice. So, what is important to take in account, and if I'm not wrong, the ambassador of Palestine mentioned it, it's a constant work in progress without affecting your decisions and what is the core of all the procedures of each assembly. But it's only to make a clear picture why. And now the legal advisor will continue. I did my best, sorry.
Mr. Legal Advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My apologies to the ADG Culture. I was trying to find precisely where this came from. Let me understand what it says here and try to explain how this works. In a normal session, the provisional agenda is sent 60 days in advance, and that's in order to allow you, member states, states parties, to be able to know what the meeting will be about in the case of an assembly. In the case of an extraordinary session, precisely because the Director General is asked to act as soon as possible, she needs to act as soon as possible. There's no deadline for the extraordinary session, because if you put a deadline, the deadline means that the extraordinary session cannot take place after this time has passed. So when we say as soon as possible, that precisely, and it matches what you just discussed on the previous paragraph. What you said on the previous paragraph is, if there's a request for a session, then the Director General, you're asking her to react as soon as possible and organize the session as soon as possible. But now, if you add this provision, you're telling her, yes, as soon as possible, but not before 15 days after 15 days before the session, which means that now the Director General needs to a little bit be playing blackjack, because she doesn't need to go beyond 60 days, but she needs to count the fact that there are 15 days before in which the provisional agenda should be sent. Now, you are perfectly you can decide that. There is a text in which this is required. That's the Executive Board. You may recall that the Executive Board met on a special session a couple of months ago, and that special session had to wait 15 days because it couldn't be convened prior to 15 days in advance of the session. So you necessarily had to wait 15 days. What the amendment for Turkey would mean is quite simply that you will need to wait 15 days after the circulation of the provisional agenda to hold the extraordinary session, which means that in any event, an extraordinary session would require at least 15 days of preparation, at least 15 days, because you cannot send the provisional agenda beyond. Indeed, the text says at least 15 days in advance. There's all the provisions that say if possible, but in this case you require the 15 days. Of course, that's a political decision. You are most free to decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Advisor. Turkey has asked for the floor, followed by Palestine.
Sorry for taking the floor again. After the explanations of the legal advisor, I can withdraw our amendment. But just 15 minutes ago, we were telling that 30 days is not enough to convene a General Assembly. 45 days would not be enough to convene a General Assembly. So we cannot convene the General Assembly in a week or two. We know that. That's why it was 15 days prior to the General Assembly extraordinary session. But if it's going to make our life easier here in the room and for the Secretariat, we can withdraw. We just propose this amendment to be in line with other provisions in other conventions and executive board. I just want to make myself clear, so we don't have any hard feelings about it, but as you said just 15 minutes ago, we cannot have a meeting in 15 days anyway. Thank you. So.
Thank you, Turkey, for that flexibility. And do we have a consensus on the text 7.4 on screen?
Palestine is opposing.
Palestine, are you opposing 7.4?
It's not really an opposition, but just to be clear, in the past we have such wording as soon as possible in the Rules of Procedure of 1954, and the documents were dispatched to the Assembly the day of the meeting, the same day. We received the documents the same day. And we started this exercise of amending the Rules of Procedure following this incident, let's say. So, I understand the explanation of the legal advisor and the ADG, but our colleague from Turkey is right. We need to precise the date. I understand the difficulty. If we exceed the 15 days, then the assembly can take place. But maybe we can think about a similar wording, saying as soon as possible and preferably within 15 days, preferably. So we keep it and we keep a duration. Otherwise, the as soon as possible could be interpreted for some state members, state parties. They will say, okay, it is 24 hours, it is as soon as possible. 1 week, it is as soon as possible. So preferably within 15 days, maybe it can settle all the concerns and we have something to rely on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Palestine. Our question is, are you opposing the consensus of the language, on the language of 7.4?
Well, as it stands now on the screen, I have no opposition. But for the original one, I prefer this version. If there is opposition on this one, we'll withdraw it. Ask the room if there is any opposition. I'll take it out.
Is there any opposition to 7.4 as it is shown on screen? No opposition? That means a consensus? We have a consensus?
Huh?
This is my favorite part.
Huh?
Not yet, not yet. Okay.
Only to be sure, so that you know on what you are deciding. So, what we see on the screen that was asked to the room if there was no opposition. It says assembly as soon as possible and preferably within 50 days in the case of an extraordinary session. To be very clear, that was the question from the chairperson. Is there opposition? Asked the chairperson. Poland. No, Poland.
Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to have the clarification from the legal advisor whether having the time frame, it is legally possible to have as soon as possible and preferably within the 15 days.
Legal advisor, you have the floor.
Yes, in reply to that question, legally speaking, yes, it is possible to do that. Yes. The only thing is, yeah, it is possible. No problem.
One more time, is there opposition to the language of 7.4 in bold as shown on the screen? Mr. Legal Advisor.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I know that there's consensus in the room. It's just to make it clear, because within 15 days, I don't believe that's what the distinguished delegate of Palestine wanted to say. It is, as you see above, it's at least 60 days before the opening of an ordinary session. So it would be and as soon as possible, and preferably 15 days without the within, 15 days before the opening of an extraordinary session. I believe that's what you meant, not within 15 days, because otherwise we don't know within 15 days of what. So it would read, and as soon as possible, and preferably 15 days before the opening of an extraordinary session. My apologies, Madam Chair, I didn't want to stop the consensus.
Do we all agree to the reformulated 7.4 in bold on screen? Okay. If there is no objection, 7.4 is adopted. Palestine, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس، وأنا آسف لأخذ الكلمة مرة أخرى. لن أطيل.
Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry to ask for the floor again. I won't be very long, but there's just one.
في هذه اللحظة وهي تتعلق بالمادة 11.
So the other is 11.2. 11.2, I'd like to make an intervention.
So I'm not going to bother the Assembly anymore, but I would like to attract the attention of our colleagues on 11.2, which is the term of office of the Bureau. In some other conventions, the mandate of the Bureau remains 2 years during the intersession. Here it is only during the session. I'm not going to open it since there is a consensus on it for the moment, but I would like you, Madam Chair, to take my remark and to put it in the oral report, noticing that for the other conventions, the Bureau is in function during 2 years for the whole period of the intersessions. And the idea is to harmonize with the others. It's not only harmonization, but also it's a practical question. If there is any issue that arises, the Bureau can deal with it during the 2 years. With these rules, the Bureau does not exist between the sessions. So let's keep it in mind for the future amendment of the rules of procedure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you took note about this remark. Merci.
Thank you. Now, this is the English interpreter speaking. Interpretation will continue in English and French from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Now we propose to go to item 5, paragraph 5 of, what is this? Just a minute. Of draft resolution 9.GA12. We have already adopted the previous 4 paragraphs, and we come to paragraph 5, and I read, approves the revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly as described in Annex 1 of the present resolution, which take into account the model rules of procedure for the assemblies of the parties to UNESCO's Culture Conventions. Is there any opposition to this paragraph?
No.
There being none, the paragraph is adopted.
And now the whole resolution?
And for the whole resolution, it's adopted. The whole resolution is hereby adopted. Okay. Thank the Lord. Let us just take a little time to return to item 7. I understand that the informal consultation group was successful in finding a consensus and that a text is ready for paragraph 7 bis. I would like to thank the co-chairpersons, Japan and Ethiopia. Let us go directly to paragraph 7 bis. On screen, please. And I suggest that we adopt it without debate. Thank you. Should I read it?
May I
Yeah,
suggest that
I already said it.
Yes.
Is there opposition to 7 bis as it is shown on screen? China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me. I have no option. I participated in this working group. I just want to make sure we are quite clear about what we are seeing here in the text, the last sentence, which is proposed by my distinguished colleague of France, diversity of criteria. So what criteria we're referring here? Thank you. Before we adopt it, just a quick question. Maybe I need clarification from my colleague of France. Thank you.
May we invite France for clarification, please?
Yes, it's all the criteria that are in the different texts. We spoke about it quite for a long time yesterday. So, for example, the domicile, but not the only one. So all the criteria according to which an NGO could really bring a valuable contribution to the works of the evaluation body. For example, it can be it's the scope of its competencies, the geographic zone where it works, these type of things. I hope that is clear.
Thank you for the clarification. France, let us adopt the text without debate. Do I take it to mean that there is no opposition? If so, then it is adopted. And now we go to paragraph 4. Which was previously put aside.
Palestine. Okay. No? After. So, can we take the bracket out? Can we take the bracket out?
First, we take the brackets out. No objection? No opposition? Adopted. The whole draft resolution 9.GA7. Do we adopt it? Okay. Adopted.
You have time?
Yes.
15?
Until 6:30.
Yes, if you want to.
And now we go on to item 13, proposal for the celebration of the 20th.
Palestine want to take the floor.
Palestine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment regarding the item we just adopted. First of all, I would like to thank Ambassador Oike, Ambassador of Japan, who chaired the informal group. Unfortunately, our colleague from Ethiopia has other commitment out of the organization. Nonetheless, I would like to stress that there were many views regarding the question of NGOs from states non-party to the convention. And following the discussions and the negotiations, we included in the paragraph that we just adopted to take into account the discussions. And I would like also to have the different views and positions that has been expressed regarding this issue, not only the election, but also the accreditation of NGOs from states not parties, to be reflected in the oral report. And thanks again for your patience, Madam Chair, and the patience of all our colleagues around you, the legal advisor and Mr. ADG and the whole Secretariat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Palestine. And now we move on to item 13, proposal for the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the convention in 2023. ADG, the floor is yours to present this item to us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We don't have, I have to translate it in English. Thank you. We don't have French anymore? Okay. Okay, because it's in Spanish, so I have to translate it at the same time. Sorry. Donc, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. So, as you know, the year 2023 will mark the 20th anniversary of the convention, which is a very important moment for this convention. And it will give an opportunity for all parties to take stock.
The celebration will provide an excellent opportunity for the stakeholders to take stock of the past achievement and to reflect on the future direction. It will also be a chance to further raise awareness of the significance of living heritage. The Secretariat's plan is the following: a global campaign throughout the year 2023 to celebrate the anniversary with a series of activities to showcase the diversity and richness of living heritage. It is also proposed that anniversary celebration concentrates on the change that the implementation of the 2003 Convention has brought about for the safeguarding of living heritage at the local, national and international level. At the same time, state parties may be encouraged to organize national and community-level events and activities to promote objectives of the 2003 Convention. In this regard, the working documents propose three main objectives as guidelines so as to frame the celebration. As you understand, it's only a big picture of what we can do. Many of you participate, all of you have been participating in what was proposed for the 72 Convention, so it's more a global decision, so that then up to next year we can start the celebration and to find the best way to ensure that, as you mentioned during this 3-day, living heritage become part of public policies in all our countries and has the visibility that we all want for this beautiful convention. Thank you so much. Madam Chairperson, I give you back the floor.
Thank you, ADG. I, for one, look eagerly forward to celebrating the achievements of the convention. Are there any states that wish to take the floor? Please remember the time limit. Indonesia, then Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Indonesia would like to congratulate you on the effective running of the sessions over the past 3 days. Indonesia would like to express our keen interest to be part of the celebrations of the 20th anniversary of the 2003 conventions next year. As a home of currently more than 11,000 elements of the intangible cultural heritage and more than 1,500 intangible cultural heritage registers at the national level, it is of particular importance for Indonesia to incorporate our rich and diverse living heritage as the mainstream of the creativity to the accomplishment of the SDGs. This is very much in line with the current Indonesia G20 Culture Presidency theme, Culture for Sustainable Living. Indonesia Presidency is crafting a value propositions for culture as a foundation to be a more resilient and sustainable social, economic, and environmental futures. By being a part of the celebrations of the 20th anniversary of the conventions, Indonesia would also like to be a part of the global effort on how the ICH in sustainable development best to be understood so that its contributions can be recognized and fully realized inclusively. We believe that by identifying the linkages between the different clusters of the ICH and its corresponding SDGs would raise awareness on the impact of the ICH and the work toward achieving SDGs. We are ready in this regard to collaborate with the Secretariat, state parties, and other stakeholders to join the celebrations of the 20th anniversary of the 2003 Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indonesia. And Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines offers its advance felicitations on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. 2 decades after its adoption, the Convention has almost reached universal ratification with a total of 180 states parties. The Philippines encourages other member states to ratify the Convention, which has firmly established the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage at the international level and has become a key reference for the Philippines and other states parties in formulating public policies, recognizing the central role of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned. The Philippines shall take part in this momentous occasion by organizing national and community-level events and activities to promote the objectives of the 2003 Convention through the translation of the Convention into local languages, capacity-building support, spreading digital methodologies for safeguarding and balancing economic development with heritage protection, and activities which highlight the importance of the consent in decisions concerning communities and their heritage, among others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage is one of the most remarkable achievements for all state parties of UNESCO family. Brazil is proud to have played an active part in these first negotiations that gave rise to the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. At the national level, next year we will celebrate the 23rd anniversary of our national program for the safeguarding of intangible heritage. This reflects a historical awareness of Brazilian society regarding living heritage. ONS is mirrored of cultural traditions and manifestations that confers unity and identity to our multi-ethnic society. As an example of actions to enhance the Brazilian cultural heritage, last week our Institute of National Historic and Artistic Heritage just signed a technical cooperation agreement with the Brazilian Agency for the International Promoting of Tourism, aiming at the promotion and dissemination of Brazilian cultural elements inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity and on the World Heritage List, which will greatly contribute to the various dimensions of sustainability of the communities and social groups related, resulting in the strengthening of action to safeguard these cultural elements. Our strategy for promoting intangible heritage echoes to a large extent the Secretariat's suggestions for celebrating 20 years of the Convention. We are actively working with awareness-raising campaigns and the integration of our cultural manifestations into their virtual world. In this perspective, we consider youth and indigenous populations as professional publics for our campaigns. Finishes, for all these reasons, we are welcome and fully support the Secretariat initiative to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Convention in 2003. Brazil will be pleased to contribute with our expertise to celebration, both at national or international events. You can count on us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to express sincere gratitude to the Secretariat for organizing this important meeting, and also appreciate the outstanding work of working group chaired by distinguished Ambassador Oike for the revision of the operative directives. As we are already aware of, 180 countries have joined the convention to date, and it is encouraging to see each state party's commitment to the implementation of the convention, especially the safeguarding measures which range from making inventories to applying the legal framework. Regarding the 20th anniversary of the convention, the Korean government is planning to organize a special forum under the theme of reflection on the 20-year history of the 2003 convention. This forum is an annual event called World Forum for Intangible Cultural Heritage, jointly hosted by ROK National Intangible Heritage Center and ICHCAP. The forum will invite various stakeholders, such as transmitting communities, practitioners, researchers, experts, and policymakers to share the achievements and implication of the convention and discuss the direction forward. Last but not least, our delegation would like to congratulate all the newly elected committee member states on their election as committee member and hope to closely cooperate with other members for the implementation of this convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Latvia, you have the floor.
Latvia is looking forward to a fruitful celebration year of the 20th anniversary of Convention in 2023 and to implementing the Convention for the future of intangible cultural heritage around the world. We express our appreciation of all the work carried out in planning the celebration at the international level. We especially welcome the idea of global awareness-raising campaign and the mobilization of youth. We have the joy to announce that the anniversary of this convention coincides with the 150th anniversary of the Latvian Song and Dance Celebration, which is part of the multinational element of the Baltic Song and Dance Celebration inscribed in UNESCO's representative list. You are warmly welcome to visit Latvia from June 30th to July 9th and experience a living song and dance heritage which still plays an important role in the Latvian national identity. Latvia supports the idea of publishing a list of celebratory events and activities on the website of Living Heritage Entity and will be pleased to provide the information needed along with the proposal for Latvian Song and Dance Celebration to be part of the list of celebratory events. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to miss this opportunity to express our gratitude to this very important framework 2003 convention, and we want to say so much we have achieved in the past 20 years, and China has benefited a lot from implementing this convention to safeguard our intangible cultural heritage. And we want to join everybody on this very important occasion to celebrate at various levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Mongolia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mongolia welcomes the Secretariat's initiative to celebrate the anniversary. of the convention, and we are also giving importance to the celebration and plan to celebrate it at national and regional level. We wish to organize the opening of the year and closing of the anniversary during the 80th session of the Intergovernmental Committee meeting. Also, we would like to ask the question from the Secretariat concerning the possibility of declaring International Year of the ICH, particularly promoting the traditional knowledge by UN. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speakers are Syria and Barbados, and I take it that these are our two last speakers before we go on to the decision. Syria, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je tenais avant tout à vous remercier.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to thank you for your excellent management of our works. I'd like also to thank the DG Culture and the whole team of the Secretariat for the 2003 Convention for his unrelenting work. And also I'd like to thank also His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, who has chaired the working group, and also all state parties who took part to this work, and also all official delegations. We are finishing our works with a strong hope that next year the anniversary of the convention will really be an extraordinary moment to celebrate all the accomplishments within our local communities and by the bearers, by practitioners of our living heritage, who really maintain alive all our cultural traditions. So the Syrian Arab Republic is committed to celebrate throughout the year 2023 several activities. So we really wish to celebrate this 20th anniversary. We wish to do it in partnership with the Secretariat and UNESCO, and every member state we would like to associate with us to celebrate this very important event. And so we would like that this announcement was like official and integrated in the official documents.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are happy to join our colleagues in celebrating the 20 years of this convention next year. We also recognize that we ourselves, this is 15 years next year, would also be 15 years since Barbados would have signed on to the convention. So we have double reason to celebrate. We also recognize that we continue to face significant vulnerabilities in our region, and we have been significantly inspired by Haiti's movement throughout this session in terms of their resilience in using their jamu soup. And therefore, we recognize that, alignments and the ability to use the convention and to use intangible cultural heritage as a mode of resilience is absolutely important to us. And therefore, we will continue to align the convention with other significant movements, and in so doing, we recognize that SDG 13, which speaks to climate action, is important to us in the region in terms of our vulnerabilities, and therefore we intend to continue to use in our celebrations ICH as a mode of resilience against climate, for climate action, positive climate action. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Kuwait, you have the floor. And this has to be the last speaker because I am leaving at 6:30 for another commitment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's why we're leaving. I'll take this opportunity to take the floor for the last time. السيدة الرئيسة للدورة التاسعة للجمعية العامة للدول والأطراف في الاتفاقية بشأن صور التراث الثقافي غير المادي. There's no translator, so I'll switch in English, instant translation. Madam Chairperson, Mr. ADG, dear friends, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a happy day for Kuwait. Today we have our first NGO to be accredited. So this is, a reason for us to celebration. And thanks to everyone back home to make this accomplished and make it reality. Since this session of the General Assembly is the last one for Kuwait, as our 4-year terms as a member of the ICH Committee comes to an end this year, I would like to thank each and everyone I had the pleasure and honor to work with during these years for their efforts and quality decisions in favor of safeguarding the intangible heritage we are leaving to the future generations. As for my country, Kuwait has been fully engaged in the work of the committee, always focusing on results and effectiveness by searching and finding solutions with diplomacy. I must admit that the coordination skills and the professionalism of my colleagues, members of the committee, made the job and the effectiveness of teamwork, and this had positive impact on the results. During its 4-year terms, Kuwait was entirely involved in its mission. We actively participated in open-ended working groups and worked on maintaining the integrity of ICH Convention and the evaluation body. It's true that we are leaving the committee, but still we will remain committed to the 2003 Convention and its noble mission and mandate. Finally, I wish the committee and the next General Assembly all the best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Burkina Faso would like to welcome the celebration for the 20th anniversary of the Convention. As a newly elected member, we would like to thank all state parties who have supported our candidacy, and especially the 5A electoral group, and also we hope that through this election we'll be able to share our experience and expertise with the rest of the world and support the promotion and the implementation of the convention. We would like also to congratulate other state parties, and we hope we can also benefit from your experience, especially through taking part to working groups. And finally, I would like to thank the Secretariat and the team and the ADG for your support, for your availability, and especially through the electoral process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now let us move on to the decision. Please refer to the draft resolution in document 13, which is on screen. I would like to suggest that we adopt it as a whole. May I ask the Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.GA13 as shown on the screen? Seeing no objections, I therefore declare Resolution 9.GA13 adopted. We are now on item 14, other business. Dear colleagues, I would like to propose that we move now to the examine item 14, other business. May I ask if any state party wishes to discuss any issues under this item? Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Me apena mucho. Sorry, of course, there's no translation. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'd just like to I'm very sorry to come back, but in point 7, paragraph 4, there is a misnumber. We put 32 NGOs accredited, and we had to add up the one in the amended paragraph 5. We said that yesterday, and we raised our palette, but it was not seen. So just wanted to clarify that before we finish this session. Sorry to come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico, for flagging it to our attention. It will be dealt with by the Secretariat. No more requests for the floor, so we go to item 15, closure. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the work of the General Assembly is now coming to an end. After 3 days of hard work, we have accomplished an important task in laying a solid foundation for the future of the Convention. This is thanks to the active cooperation you have shown in the spirit of consensus and solidarity. If I may highlight some key achievements of the General Assembly at this 9th session, they are: first, the General Assembly elected 12 new members to the committee. While I wish the new members every success, I also thank the outgoing members for their essential contribution to the Convention. The Assembly has also approved the plan for the use of resources of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund, allowing the Convention to strengthen its monitoring of international assistance projects. The proposed revisions to the operational directives relating to the global reflection on the listing mechanisms were also approved, with a special note of appreciation to the open-ended intergovernmental working group. The revisions to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly have also been approved, contributing to the harmonization of the procedures of the governing bodies of the culture conventions. After lengthy debate in plenary and also within the informal consultation group, the Assembly has accredited 33 NGOs. This is the right number. We are now able to draw on the expertise of many NGOs to advise on a range of issues. Please join me in congratulating them. And finally, but not least, the General Assembly has demonstrated its full support and solidarity with the people of Haiti and for the inscription of Jumusuk on the representative list. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing this General Assembly, I give the floor to the Assistant Director General for Culture to make some final remarks. Mr. Otonde, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, allow me to express my thanks to all of you, dear delegates and ambassadors. To thank you for all the attention that you have granted to this meeting, to my humble self as a replacement. It has been an extraordinary experience to share these 3 days with you, Madam Chair, and a chair that is so open to dialogue and to the search for consensus between our member states. This is the very spirit of the 2003 Convention. I am certain that next year's celebration will be really up to that extraordinary level. And as when I open and close a meeting, I would really like to ask you for a round of applause for the Secretariat that has worked so hard to ensure that this extraordinary meeting could take place. Thank you, Madam Chair. The floor back to you for conclusions.
For your inspiring words. Because of our time constraints, I regret that it will not be possible to invite states parties which might have wanted to say the last words to take the floor anymore at this stage. Thank you for your understanding. Finally, I would like to sincerely thank the Bureau members. It has been a great privilege for me to chair this meeting with your valuable support. Please join me in also thanking the Secretariat of the Convention for their great efficiency and excellent support. Last but not least, my warmest thanks to the interpreters, translators, and technicians for the smooth running of our work. I hereby declare the 9th session of the General Assembly of States Parties to the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage closed. Okay.
Disfruta la comida.